Thank you to the EA Creator Network for making this video possible. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the channel. So today I'm here with my pirates himself, which as per usual means one thing: we're going to be doing a long play today. And I'm so excited because today we're going to be doing an old Nassau pirate town sort of long play in the world of Sulani. So if that sounds like something you're interested in watching, then make sure you grab yourself a drink, a snack, a blanket, get comfy, and let's get into it. Alright, so this is the lot that we're going to be building on today. It's called Admiral's Wreckage, and it's in the world of Sulani, and it's got the beautiful ocean views, so it seemed very fitting for a pirate town because I'm kind of thinking using the tool mod I could put like a boat out here so it looks like there's an actual dock sort of system. And I've decided we're going to build with the evening light tonight instead of or I guess today. I said tonight because I said evening, but we're going to build with the evening lighting instead of the afternoon lighting because I feel like it's going to look really pretty, especially in this world. And so we're just going to get started. Basically, I did a little rough draft scenario of the build, so I'm going to try my best to sort of replicate that right now because this is going to be a massive build and will probably be a two-part series again, similar to the summer camp one I did. And I want to make sure that I get everything fairly accurate to how I had it because I did spend a good chunk of time trying to just plan this out. Basically, the way I'm doing it is I'm making like an actual town, I guess. So there wasn't necessarily just one reference photo I could look at and have it like all come together sort of thing. So I had to kind of mess around, and there is one reference photo I used to kind of help me figure out a little portion that will kind of be like the middle of the build, like this little section here, but then from there I just kind of had to freestyle. So yeah, I wanted to explore how I could make the other buildings look without recording, because sometimes that just puts a little bit too much pressure to make it look good the first time around. So I like to just do these little rough drafts so I don't overthink it, or I can overthink it, but I don't have to worry about how long the video's taking and things like that, which is why I do those little rough drafts. But I always start from scratch so you guys can see the full building process because I think it's more fun that way. But yeah. So I have this little octagon. Octagon's the 8, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This octagonal room here, and then from there I'm going to want there to be a bridge to connect these things. I was about to say a land bridge, but it's just a bridge. It's not a land bridge. And then between this, then we'll have another building here. I think I have my spacing a little bit off, so I'm going to try and move the house back a bit because there is one supposed to be here, but the land bridge, why do I keep calling it a land bridge? The normal bridge will connect to here and then kind of comes down like this. Also, I haven't really decided what each room is going to be just yet. Or, not room, sorry, but each house. I don't know. Building. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Like, I know I want this to be a hotel of sorts, if you know what I mean. And then I'm going to have like a little, maybe apartment to this side. And then I have a whole side of buildings over here. There's going to be a watchtower and some kind of church thing in the back. And then there's like 3 buildings here that I have yet to decide what that's going to be. So we're going to have to figure that out as we go. If this is a 2-part series, which I think it most likely will be just given the scale of this build, I would very much appreciate you guys giving me any sort of ideas on what I could turn some of these buildings into. I feel like a little fisherman's hut could be really fun for one of them, or maybe just some kind of like shop. See, I have like this like hotel in quotations over here, but I was gonna have a bar built into the bottom floor and then like the rooms will be up top, and so I don't think I need to add a bar to any of these other buildings because there will already be one on this lot. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of have to think about that, but I'm sure we can figure something out. I might even like at a certain breakpoint in this video, maybe I'll try and search up popular pirate shops or something. Yeah, so I'm gonna have a little tower there, and then this is about the same, each of those are the same width, which is not what I wanted. So I'm actually going to adjust this tower. I think I had it more like this. Yeah, I'm gonna make that 4 stories tall. And then I was gonna have a little bump out here. And then there could be a little balcony there, and then I was gonna have another bump out like this, and then this might be someone's little house, or it might be an extension of this one here. And then for this one, let me also just remove the wall down here. Oops. And then, wait, this one, I think I need to move this inwards a little bit, and then this can come out here like that. Is this a little bit larger than I meant it to be? I think so. So we might have to tweak that as well. Honestly, I think all of these buildings are slightly bigger than I originally had them. So that may need to be adjusted because it's a little much, and it might take way too long to furnish, longer than I have the patience for probably. So we're gonna bring it in like that. The little shack will still be like this. And then I think I was gonna have like a little deck area here, but I'm going to use platforms for the deck so that the rest of the things can sit on the ground, because there's not many like platformed buildings. I mean, the platform does look kind of nice, and I find it makes the build look a bit more polished, but I don't think that's very true to, I guess, like a pirate town, at least in my opinion. Okay, this spot here, we're going to duplicate this floor, and then we'll bring it inwards so that this side of the octagon is exposed, and then we'll have like an overhang balcony situation. I might even adjust it like this and bring this outward, and then that would give us a lot more space for landscaping over here. And then for this back part, we're going to build a room like this, and then we are going to come down to the bottom floor. Then we're going to build a smaller room in here, and then I'm just gonna hold Ctrl and it will delete that middle part there. So then we have kind of this open concept situation, and then we're just gonna duplicate that on top of here, or try my hardest to, because it doesn't want to line up. Did I get it? Oh, no, I clearly did not. And then we'll just stack it on top. I don't understand why it's not wanting to right now. I have my grid on and everything. Wait. Okay, well, that's as close as we're gonna get, and we'll just drag it in to adjust the sides and whatnot. I'm not sure why it wouldn't just stack neatly on top, but then we have like this open situation, and then this will all get turned into fencing. And I'm kind of basing this layout off of, I don't know if you guys have ever watched Black Sails. I started watching it last summer and I fell in love with it. I love pirates. I love anything pirates. I was heavily into Pirates Online, like that video game that's based on Pirates of the Caribbean. That it was like a website game sort, or like a PC game you could play, and it was like online and everything. I still remember my character's name and all of that. I played that excessively. That was probably like one of my biggest intros to like video games, but that's like a whole side tangent in itself. But yeah, Black Sails has this kind of style of hotel that I'm going for, and so I'm kind of just basing this layout on that because I actually think it's a pretty common thing to see. So that's why the layout's gonna look like that. And then so we have this here. Okay, most of this seems to be as I want it. I think, though, I would like there to be a bit more dimension between these two buildings, so either this one comes up or this one moves back. I actually think this one just might need to move forward though, because I think the bridge is a little bit too long, because I really want it to feel kind of like close, and I guess everything's kind of like nestled or like barely fitting in. So I think bringing that forward will help a lot. And then maybe we can put this little bump out on the other side instead. And then we'll take this and I'm going to stack it this way. I think I want a 2-tile wide space along here, so we could do it like that. And then we can just shrink this back portion. Maybe we could shrink it even more and have just like a full wraparound deck. And then I feel like it could even be fun to have the stairs on the outside, like this. That could be sort of fun. Just gonna check on that bridge spacing. I think this comes out a little bit more in the like rough version I did, because based on where I've taken this thumbnail from, or like this screenshot, you can see this bump out even when it's like this. And now I'm starting to wonder how I even did that, because then I feel like it's getting to be extremely long, which is maybe not exactly what I want. I wouldn't mind actually making this section a little bit bigger though, because it feels like I might have some playtesting issues if I leave it this small, so I'm gonna try and bring that over a bit and just try and line everything back up, which I think that works. Bring this one out as well. Okay, I think that's a lot better, because the other thing is I'm also gonna put stairs here, which will just take up even more room, but I think that'll work like that. I do want this to be floored though. I don't want it to be just sand, so I can drag that over too. That looks pretty good. And this is supposed to be a little longer this way. Something like that. Okay, so far I think I have the basic shell of like this front portion figured out. I'm not loving this little corner here, and I don't like that this house is going to overlap with the railing there, so I am going to come back and adjust this. Something back to like that, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something I always try to keep in mind while I'm doing builds like this, or just any build really, is if I have two bump outs facing the same way, I never want them to be the same amount of tiles. Like this one's 6 and this one's 5, so technically it's okay, but it still looks too similar in size, so I'm actually going to shrink this down to 4 probably, and leave it like that, and that way you just get a little bit more dimension and your build just doesn't feel as flat. So that's a little build tip. And then also over here I was going to add like a little church of some kind, basically just because I want the height and I want you to be able to see like a bell. And in the reference photo that I'm looking at, you can actually see one in the distance, so I thought I could bring it into this build as well, just add some height. I don't know how big I want to make it though, because I don't actually even know how I would decorate this. I almost feel like, now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't have this thought originally, we could make it like a little church, and then we could have like a graveyard on the side, because I mean it's pirate times, so the death toll is quite high, I would imagine. What would I even call it? Tombstone? Let's just take, just give me, I guess any of these will work just to remind myself, and I'm just gonna dot this around. And then over here I was gonna have a little bit of a farming situation. And yeah, I'm looking at these apartments and these are going to be massive, so I'm going to adjust slightly, I think. Maybe even moving this one in. I kind of feel like it all needs to move in, but now that I've attached all these buildings, it's a little bit hard to do that. Also, I'm not sure if it's going to bug me that this little bridge isn't centered with this wall. So I think maybe I need to... I think I'm going to make it smaller rather than bigger because I just think it's more fun to decorate the small buildings because I feel like I can really go crazy with the clutter. So I'm actually just going to delete that room and then restack this one. And bring it in 2 tiles again. Okay, and then this is still a little bit too flat on this side, so let's just bring out some more of these. Or maybe I should just bring everything out a little bit more. Maybe like this, this, and then we can put the small bump out here. It's a bit too pronounced. I think that could work. I think once we have like roofing, it might help make it look a bit more interesting still, so I could do it like that. Also, I realized I started on the little church and then never continued, so I think I am going to make it a bit smaller than what I originally had, but it's going to be 2 floors here, and then we're going to make a little 2x2 box here, and we'll make that 2 stories as well. And then I'm not sure if we'll do it with archways or spandrels and columns, but then we'll put in like this little cutout area here, and this will be the sort of bell tower. And what I was thinking of using for the bell is this light that we got from For Rent. It's very metallic and it's kind of got the shape of a bell, or it at least looks semi-bell like from a distance, as close as I could get with the items that we have in this game. But it's this light here, and then I'm actually just, well, first I'll show you it's small. You can very clearly see the light, but I'm going to turn the light off so that it doesn't actually glow or anything, and I'm gonna size it up and maybe raise it up a little bit so it's still hanging. And then since I have the Better Build and Buy mod, which is always linked in the description, same with the tool, I'm going to shift click on this light and then I can adjust the lighting this way, whereas if you don't have this mod, you have to go into live mode and do it all that way. And yeah, so we're going to do it like that. And then honestly, if it's this scale, I don't think I need to raise it up actually. But then from a distance, it looks like a little bell, which I think is super cute. And then the roofing will also help kind of tell what sort of building this is. So we're going to take the hipped roof and put it here, then raise it to maximum height. And then I'm going to take the gabled roof, where we have to use the diagonal pieces because we are working with the diagonal here. And then I'm going to bring in those side adjusters and then raise this one up. And then we will copy this and rotate it and put it this way. And that way it helps kind of tell, or it's just like a more common silhouette for a type of church, so it kind of just clearly tells us what this is. And so I also need to put, I think for now I'll use a hipped roof, but this might change since this little center part, or this little tower part, isn't centered, because I don't know if I love how the roofing looks like that, but we'll roll with it for now and then come back. But then we have a cute little church that kind of towers in the back, which I think is very nice. Alright, so if we've done the roofing for that, we might as well work on the roofing for the rest of this build and kind of get that sorted. I know that I'm gonna need some floor pieces up here, so that I can add trims and whatnot. That applies for this room as well, so I think it can actually just be like that, and then I get rid of these walls. Also, in case you're wondering how I delete the walls this way instead of using the hammer tool, basically if you have the wall tool selected and you drag over the wall that you want to delete, then hold Ctrl, it'll just make it disappear. And you can do the same thing with like the boxed wall tool as well. If you just hover over it and then click Ctrl, when you see it go yellow, that means it's going to delete, and then you just let go and then you've deleted it that way. Sometimes I find that a lot faster than going up to the sledgehammer, and I also find that sometimes the sledgehammer deletes things that I don't want it to delete, so this way I can get a little bit more precise of a selection. So I'm just going to put in these little flooring pieces now before I forget, because it's really frustrating to add them in once you've already done your roofing, because you can't actually see anything when you do it that way. I think that part needs to come out like that. Then I was also going to put a little platform here. Oops. But again, since we're on a diagonal, we can't place stairs on diagonals, so you have to place them as though it was, you know, your standard layout. So we're going to do it like this, and then we're going to delete these diagonal pieces here and delete the walls. And then this way our stairs can snap to this side instead of snapping to the middle, because you can see here that the stairs only rotate so many different ways, so we have to put them on the diagonal like this. But honestly, I think that looks kind of fancier, so I think it works. We'll raise it up like that, and then we can even put some like foliage in the middle to really sell it. And truthfully, I don't think I need this little bottom floor piece there, but can I delete it is the question, because I just tried and it didn't work. But I think that's because that was marked as a ceiling and not a floor. Yeah, so if I delete it like that, it is okay, and then we can delete that top part there. And I think to get rid of this like awkward triangle bit there, I'm gonna use the custom room tool to kind of block that off, and then we'll click this yellow band, and then we can remove the ceiling, then we'll click it again and build the ceiling, and then that just kind of fills it all in. I think that's most of like the shell laid out how I want it to be, so now we can attempt the roofing and see how that goes. For this one here, I want to have it like this, I think. I think this is the gabled roof. Yeah, I always mess up the names between like the gabled and the hipped roof. I don't know why it confuses me so frequently, but this is the gabled version. Then I'm just gonna copy and paste that and put it on this side bump out too. Maybe not extend it all the way though, like something like that maybe. And then we'll need an octagonal roof for this piece here at a much larger scale. It's still not quite right. Nor is that. That one works, but I think it's actually technically larger than the actual room, so I'm gonna make it to scale, and then we will take these half arrows and pull them out to get that little overhang, and then I'm gonna lower this roof basically all the way. And then we're gonna do the same thing with the octagonal roof up here, but we don't really have to play with it because it's automatically the right size. And then it looks a little bit like that. Part of me wonders if I want this room to be slightly smaller, but I don't think I'll change it, because I want to make this kind of like the hotel's owner slash the madame of this place. Like, I want to make this her room, so I think having it be big makes sense. So we'll do it like that. And what else? Okay, I think that's kind of good for like that main section here. Then to deal with this back portion, I do still want it to have a roof. So we're gonna take the half-hipped roof, I believe, and then I think we're gonna do it this way, where we just drag it across and we'll make sure it's 2 tiles, like the width of the kind of walkway below, and then I'll adjust the height and bring out the extenders, I think, and then we'll copy it, and then we'll just rotate it once, and then that way it'll make like this perfect corner situation. And then I might even drag it over this way to kind of create a solid line through this roof line. And then I will copy this piece again, rotate it, and just line it up. And then we have like a little roof section. I don't think I want to cover this top patio here, but maybe I should in case it rains. But my thinking is that like there would also be an inside sitting portion, and this is really only open if it doesn't rain, because I think it's a nice way to get the natural light in, and it's accurate to kind of the building I'm referencing from Black Sails. So we'll stick with that for now. Also, this fence is going to change. This is just like me figuring out the very basics first, because once I start going in and messing with details before I have the shell finished, it's going to get disastrous very quick. So then I'm also going to take this half gabled roof and put this as the little overhang for this kind of apartment thing. I'm going to adjust this one a little bit so this doesn't clip through. I could do half gabled, or I could even do half hipped. Maybe, I think in the one I have, it's a half hipped roof. So let's try that and then just lower it down. Okay, this will be fenced in. This we're going to do the same kind of open concept like we have with these archways there. Then the entranceway will be here. All right, let's tackle this behemoth next. I think the way I'm going to go about this is taking a hipped roof. We're going to cover the largest portion that doesn't go over this walkway. So actually, I think I can do it like that. So we'll have it like this. I'm gonna lower it and everything. I just want to get all the pieces I need first. And then I think we'll take this half hipped and then the diagonal half hipped. Wait, how did I do this? I did something and it worked, but now I'm kind of confused as to what that something is. Maybe I had it so that the half hipped faced this way instead. And then I think maybe I dragged it out and lowered it so that it kind of lined up here. That looks sort of correct. I think it'll help if we have this roof piece on though, because then we can kind of just drag all the messy bits into this roof line and not think about it. Like I could drag this in and then it's a little more seamless, but of course I'm going to adjust the pitch. The only bit is this little thing there. I wonder if I drag that in. It doesn't really help. Let's just adjust the pitch and see what it looks like then. Yeah, and this one I can also drag inwards. Okay, it's giving me a weird corner piece here, but maybe I could put a chimney over it and call it a day. Don't really know how to adjust that. Whatever way I did it in my rough draft worked, but I don't know how I did it. Maybe I used the half gabled roof instead. Let's see what that looks like. I will bring in the adjusters so that it matches for now. and one. Oh yeah, I actually think that's a lot more seamless. So let's try that. And then that kind of fixes the roof piece there, or the corner there. And then we could take the hipped roof again, drag it across this way. It's not quite connecting with where I need it to. And I don't really know how to fix that, but I'm gonna try my best. I can't fully cover it like that because then I don't have the roof following the angle. I could take the hipped roof and round it out a little bit so that it's a little closer to touching the edges of this one. It's still not perfect though, and I don't know if I necessarily like the rounded look or not. Kind of looks like a hat. Looks a little silly. Ooh, if I lower it more like that, it's not bad. But then I'm left with this weird back portion here. Okay, I'm just gonna put this on the ground while we think about that. Maybe I could try using a gabled roof instead. But much lower. I don't love that either. Maybe I just need to bring these in more. Or maybe not. I'm really trying to think of how to fix this, and nothing seems to be working. It's just like this back part that I'm not really sure what to do with. Oh, you know what? I think it's because I have the overhang here as well, and I haven't been roofing it like that. So let me just duplicate some of this. Okay, hold on. The gears are turning. I'm going to keep this half gabled roof there, and then we'll take the half hipped roof and put it... Wait, does it need to be like that, or does it need to be the other way? Then if I lower it to match the pitch of this one... Did I figure it out? Oh, there's still this one weird little portion there. This is such a complicated roofing situation that I've done here. Why did I do it this way? Maybe if I just copy this roof piece over here. Though for some reason it won't match the angle of this one. It's telling me it's invalid. And I do not know why. I might have made this piece too long, so maybe we could try shrinking it and seeing if that helps. Okay, it does help. That's good. And then maybe we can duplicate this piece onto the back. All right. It's interesting. I think I kind of preferred it when it did have a bit more of this bump out here. This low-key looks like the hat that the people on the stage of my graduation were wearing. But maybe once I put like cute shingles on it, it'll be more acceptable. I don't know why it's so funny looking, but this is kind of the only way I can get everything to work as I have it. Though I will admit it does look a little bit strange. Maybe we could put some dormers though, and that'll maybe solve our problems. I'm going to first try and fix this diagonal though. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 4 tiles of a diagonal, which I don't know if I can do. Am I supposed to start it from here? It's gonna make for a very interesting layout on the inside because I don't know what to do with a shape like this. Is that 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's something, that's for sure. I don't know if it's something good though. This is a little bit of a disaster. I think maybe I don't have the kind of tiling correct. Let me just bring this piece in one, or actually 2, so that I can get this to look right. And then we'll drag that back out, and then I'm going to wall that off so it makes its own room, and then delete it, and then I'll just get rid of this wall. And now I think everything matches. Definitely a organic funky shape here, but hopefully it'll be worth it once we start adding like the details and stuff. It kind of looks like the bow of a ship, which I mean, I guess makes sense because it is a pirate town, but yeah, I really don't know what I'm gonna put in that house there. Also, I want the pitch of this to be a lot lower. I wonder also if I should like kind of connect this, but I guess not. We'll try it like that, and then I'm gonna take a half gabled roof and put it here. Just kind of adjust the height some more. Might even bring it all the way back so it just connects to there. And then I'll bring this out as well. And then we'll put another on this side. Maybe I bring this out one more so you can see it a little clearer. I think I've pushed everything kind of far back on the lot, but I fear it might be a little bit too late to change that now. I could only bring it forward like 1 tile, and I think that's gonna be a little bit too cramped. I might need to make this like half the size of what it is and bring this side in. So I think I'm gonna try and adjust that off camera because I know it's gonna be tedious, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so I adjusted the roof and the size of this room, so it's a little less daunting to try and figure out what to put in here. I'm still a bit scared about what will go in there because it's a very large space to fill up, but this side part is at least a little smaller, which is good because now it feels a bit more nestled and clustered like I wanted it to feel. And I'm also looking at this here, this octagon, and I think it's slightly bigger than what I wanted. I don't know which way to shrink it. Like I want an in-between size of this and this, so maybe if I just draw around this. Wait, it feels like it's gonna get too big. Let's do it with the grid and hopefully that'll help. I feel like this is not working the way I had hoped. This is definitely not going to be the shape I want, so I'm just actually gonna quit while I'm ahead and delete that. Okay, we'll just accept the size that it is and kind of roll with it. We'll take the same roofing piece here and put it on this one. I just think I do need to shrink it like 1 perhaps, or maybe 2 even. Kind of reposition it. Actually, I guess it does kind of work like that. And then this will be the sort of like watchtower for this town, so they can watch the port, see what boats are coming in and what are going, and kind of defend their town that way, I guess. And then we need to do the roofing over here. Also, if any of you are like readers and have any good recommendations of like pirate books, please let me know, because it's very much a genre I like to read in the summer, but I was trying to look on like Goodreads and stuff and I couldn't really find anything that was speaking to me. But if you guys have recommendations, my ears are open. I'm about to finish the Fourth Wing series right now, so I'm trying to have like a book series lined up that I can get into right after this. I do want to try Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. I believe that's the author, but I think it's a bit darker of a book and not very summery. So like, I don't mind the darker concepts, but I think the world building and whatnot is maybe a bit more gothic, which feels like more of a fall time read to me. I like to make what I read seasonal. I like to match the season with what I read, is what I mean by that. So yeah, if you guys have any recommendations for pirate books, please let me know. I picked up this one by, I actually don't know the author, but I think it's called Pinquickle's Folly or something, which I think is a pirate one, which I could attempt, but I don't know. I kind of feel like I want to find something else for right now. Also, these little sections are going to be really close together, so I might actually move the church back a little bit. Just like that, I think. And then we can put the stairs back. But also, like I mentioned a couple minutes ago, I was big into the Pirates Online video game as a kid. My brother and my two neighbors and I would literally spend hours during summer nights just playing that game and like grinding and whatnot, because it was really fun to play. And yeah, I'm very curious to know if any of you have also played that game or if it's just me. Yeah, I don't know many people who have played that game aside from me and like my like childhood friends and whatnot. So I'd be very curious to know. I know it was shut down for a brief portion, and then there was like fans who kind of recreated it or brought it back to life. And I did play it just for like nostalgia's sake when that came out, but I haven't really played it since. I think it's a little hard now with how dated the graphics are, because I mean, of course the game came out in like 2010 or something, or maybe even sooner actually, but that game will always have a very special place in my heart. And then other pirate games that I've played Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which I loved. I haven't finished it though. I'm not even sure how far I've even gotten. I just kind of was playing it. I think I was playing it in the winter time actually, before it even turned to summer. And then I was playing it a little bit in the summer, and then I got wrapped up in other games. So I have to get back to that. But I remember struggling with like the sailing system in that game. So I think that always kind of threw me off, because I literally could not steer the boat for the life of me, and that's kind of like half of the game. So, but the soundtrack for that game is Chef's Kitsch? That's not what I meant to say. Chef's Kiss. It's so good, so well done. If you guys like listening to soundtracks and like OSTs and whatnot, I highly recommend listening to that one. The song I'm specifically thinking of is called This World or the One Below. I believe that's what it's called, but that is like one of my favorite songs from the soundtrack. And then of course there's Pirates of the Caribbean, which I mean is what that online game was based off of, but that whole movie franchise is probably my favorite one to ever exist. Those movies will always have a special place in my heart. I am very much like a Pirates of the Caribbean girl through and through. Like that will always be one of my favorite universes, I think. So yeah, let me know if any of you guys relate, because I am curious to know if I am alone in this, or if there's other people who also love the Pirates of the Caribbean stuff and like all the other like Black Flag stuff and things like that. I'm sure I'm not alone. I'd be very surprised if I was, because it's not like that's a unknown franchise. More so the game was just unknown, but a nice little hidden gem. Okay, I think that leaves the roofing complete here. I don't know if I'm sold on this little roof here. I want there to be an overhang, but then it kind of like blocks this portion here, and I want you to be able to see it. Maybe I'll just like bring this out as a room. Like that. I think that could work. And then I'm gonna just take the same fence so I know that I want this to be fenced off and do it like this. Then, of course, this whole thing is going to be fenced as well. This is just placeholder fence. It's just me figuring out the layout. And I also was thinking while I did this little roof bit here is that this really long building beside it, like this one here, we could actually probably divide down the middle like this. And have it be 2 apartments. We could have like an entrance on the front and on the back, or we could, instead of splitting it down the middle, we could just have 1 floor is 1 apartment and 1 floor is another apartment. So I think that would be better than having both these floors be just for 1 family, because this way you can include a lot more. And so we can do it like that way, and hopefully I will remember to do that, because I fear it will probably slip my mind, but I will try my best to remember. Okay, so that's the little bridge situation we have going. Also, I have these walls set to medium on the bottom, and I think I want to do the same for the top of them, because I think it'll give me more options for like roof trims and whatnot. I'm just trying to figure out if I want any of these to be a different height. I don't think so though. I think we can keep it as is. And then in this section here, I want it to be kind of like the town square. I'll use some terrain paint to kind of block it out. I don't know if I'll use stone or grass. I think I might do grass just to kind of bring in some greenery. Maybe I'll use this one, which looks a little more dull, I guess, and gray, because maybe it's not thriving in this heat. And then I'll have the grass like this, and then I think I want the path to basically just be the sand, so I'm gonna just kind of erase certain portions and just kind of like adjust this. I don't think it needs to be a perfect circle. Something like this. And then I was thinking of using one of the fountains we have in game that's overgrown. I don't remember what pack it's from. I thought, ooh, this romantic garden one even could be nice, because I think you might be able to do something with this fountain, like throw coins in it or something, or at least sit on it. Could be mistaken though. But these are not the fountains I was thinking of. It was an overgrown one, and I don't know if it's from Jungle Adventure or Romantic Gardens, so I guess let's go show all, and then I'll filter by both those packs. And then we can figure it out. So Jungle Adventure, and what was the other one I said? Romantic Garden. I don't think it'd be Romantic Garden if this is the one that we have from that pack, because I don't think they put 2 in there. So, except I stand corrected, because this is the one that I wanted and it is from Romantic Garden. So we're going to use this one. Perhaps in, I'm thinking either this swatch or this swatch. I want the ones that do look a bit older, and it's kind of small, so I was thinking maybe we could size it up. Like this, maybe? And then that will just go in the center, and then we could put some like crates and barrels around it. Unless I do want to have like an actual usable fountain. Okay, so I did just quickly test to see if it is a functional piece of an object, and it is. This one isn't, but this one is. You can add, like, you can throw coins, you can nap, you can sit, you can put soap in it. I think this might be a fun thing to add, but I'm gonna keep this one here and we'll just kind of think about it. So now that I have like all the roofing done and the layout sorted for the most part, I'm realizing my stairs disappeared back here. I'm thinking we could go in and start figuring out wallpaper and roof tiling and windows and all of that jazz. And then, yeah, just kind of see this build start to take shape. So before I do that, I think I want to fix this back portion here because this is looking a little flat back here, and I want to put a little bit of dimension. Maybe I'll even bring the bump out this way. Maybe I'll just do it as like a one tile though, and then we can put some corbellers right there as like supports. That just makes it look a little bit more interesting back here. And I think I said this already, but I do want this to be like the farm portion back here, so we'll keep that in mind. And we'll have the cemetery. I don't know what will go back here. I was thinking we could put some debug buildings back here to really make it feel more cluttered, but yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'll see. It could end up just being landscaping back there, but I would like to start on like wallpapers and whatnot. I'm going to switch to the afternoon light for this just so we can see the true colors of the wallpapers a little bit better. And then when we do landscaping and stuff, we can switch back to like the evening light. But I'm gonna want a lot of stucco and a lot of painted wood. So what even might be helpful is making a wall here. And then we can go into wallpapers. Oh, this is also just the worst way to have put the wall because the lighting is coming from this side, so both these are shadowed. So I'm just gonna rotate that and put it here instead, and then we'll mess around. So we have these really nice ones from Island Living, which come with a lot of different colors. I don't know how colorful I want this to be versus muted, so I'm gonna have to ponder that, but this comes with like a lot of different color options. And then there's also some from Horse Ranch, which are also colored but a bit softer and more pale. So there's like all of these, or what else is there? We have horizontal versions as well, but these don't look like peeling wood, they just look like stained wood almost. Or what else could we use? I think for the stucco, there's some really good ones from Lovestruck we can use. Gorgeous. When I first came up with this build idea, like however many moons ago, like this isn't the first rough draft I've done of this. I did a different one like a while ago, and then I decided to come back to this kind of concept, but just basically rebuild with fresh eyes, I guess. But I didn't have Lovestruck or like a couple of the packs that I have now, so I think it'll be fun to incorporate these because I think the Lovestruck pack will suit itself to this type of build. I think there's also some nice life and death ones, so we'll use that. I like the little peeling at the bottom there. Yeah, I just don't know the color scheme I want to go for. I was thinking I really like this more blue-green over like a true blue, so we can definitely use that somewhere. And I think maybe I like the duller versions over the super vibrant swatches, but I kind of like a combination of the two. I think I prefer this red. I don't really want this blue, I don't think. I like this stucco here. I also like this stucco. Let me just kind of cover those. I also like this orange one and the more yellowy one. Maybe we just kind of have this as our color palette. I don't know if any of them need to be stone. Maybe just this one here. I'm wondering even about the Enchanted by Nature ones because it's kind of mossy and overgrown, but there's also a version like that with Jungle Adventure, so maybe I'll use that instead. Or what about some of these? This is just a base game wallpaper, but it's also some sort of paneling. Ooh, I could maybe like that instead of the Island Living red because it's definitely more muted. Kind of This wallpaper reminds me of a ketchup chip. It's like that exact shade of red with like the texture and everything, or even this one. Now I feel like I've said that and I won't be able to unsee it. We can maybe even try the horizontal planking. This is by far the biggest build that I have here, or the like biggest building. So I don't know if I want to make this one all red because that might be a little bit extreme. Whoa, that is not what I want to do. I feel like maybe we could make this teal. Then it really matches the reference photo. But that could be nice. And then maybe one of these smaller ones is the red one. Like maybe we could put some red back there. I think for the church, maybe let's use this wallpaper from Love Struck. I think stucco suits this type of building. Or even the life and death one could work pretty well. But I think I'll use the Love Struck one, bring in a little bit of that blue. And then off the side here, maybe this gets the ketchup chip wallpaper. Or maybe that should go on this back one here. I like this yellow. Maybe I'll put this on this one here. Or actually, let's put it by this wallpaper instead, so we don't have like two planks beside each other. And then the stone I was gonna put there. That's if I want it to be mossy. I guess it doesn't have to be. I do kind of like this yellow. It's definitely bold, but I kind of like it. Maybe I even make this one white, and then maybe I could put this peachy tone back there. I can't decide if this is too little color for me or not. I know I usually go for like more muted builds, but I feel like this type of build would suit a super colorful selection of wallpapers. I just don't know which ones. Maybe I need a horizontal siding, I think, for this one here. Perhaps, ooh, I could even maybe use like these shingly things from Cats and Dogs. The color selection is a little bit limited, but it could still work. Because there's also, oh, there is these ones. This is definitely a more muted red, but still fairly vibrant, which I actually really like. Okay, what if I put the red on this building? It's very bold. And then I could put the teal on this building. And then maybe the yellow on that one. It's definitely more colorful on this side. And I don't like the ketchup wallpaper on the back there. I think that's just the name I'm gonna give it now. Oh, there's this purpley swatch, which is kind of pretty. Maybe I use this blue on this side. And maybe this yellow on this back one here. I think maybe these could be two different wallpaper colors there. Like maybe it was an extension added after the fact or something. I don't know if I want it in the red. Maybe we could put it... Even the white isn't too bad, actually. But I don't know. Let me ponder that. I feel like having this all be red is very aggressive. I feel like I need to tone it down in some way. Either I break up certain parts of it and only have like some of it be red. Maybe just this tower is red, and then this back part here, maybe it could still be red, but maybe like this plaster red instead. Kind of rhymed. Okay, I actually kind of like that. I don't know if I like both the plasters beside each other, so maybe this one gets switched back to a life and death one instead. Maybe I could bring some more of the teal back in over here. Okay, this is a lot of trial and error, so I apologize if this part is a little bit boring. But I don't really want to cut anything out because, I mean, the point of the long play is you see me build in real time, struggles and all, so maybe when I come back and edit this video I might change my mind, but for now I'm gonna just push through. This stone feels a little bit out of place to me. I might do something softer like that. Oh, there's also these shingles from growing together, which are nice. Comes with some mint versions. Maybe I could... Oh, maybe I'll put that on this side, actually. Then we have like 3 different unique textures over there. I might like switch up some of this wallpaper around here. Okay, let me mess around with the shingles now. There's a couple of different options we could do. We could do some thatched roofs for maybe some of the smaller homes. I think it could suit itself over on this one here, and then we can add the matching roof trim. But I think for these bigger buildings, it makes sense to have like metal roofs or shingled roofs. I think I'll put the metal on this one here. I could make it colorful. Maybe it's colorful on the bottom there. I also am maybe intrigued to make one of these have like a blue tiled roof. I think it'd only look cute if it was on like a little white paneled house, but then it's feeling very Greek, which isn't exactly the location I'm going for, since I'm trying to make it like Nassau kind of inspired, but I do think that would be really cute. I'm currently in the process of trying to plan a trip with my boyfriend, and we're probably gonna go to Italy and Greece, so I think when that happens, either it'll most likely be after, but I think I'd like to do some builds inspired by those places because I think that'd be very fun, because I'm sure once I'm over there, like, I'm just gonna see all the beautiful architecture and just want to build it. So you can probably expect a couple of videos related to that when the time comes. But I think this one from Jungle Adventure could be nice. Could even make it purple. I can't get over the fact that this looks like a hat. Oh, I could maybe just do it like that. That kind of fixes it a little bit, but I also kind of liked the bubble shape. I just can't stop seeing the hat that I was thinking of. If by some miracle I can remember, I will put a picture of the hat I'm referencing. I don't even know what style of hat it's called. I just know that the people were wearing them at my graduation, and that's all I can compare it to. I think we could add some of these life and death tiles as well, or shingles. These are probably one of my favorite shingles in game. They are so pretty. I love all the variation to it and all of like the grime and whatnot. So I'd like to use those somewhere. I also really like these ones from For Rent. Could be cute on this one. Or... ooh, even on this one could be nice. If we keep the metal over there. There's these orange ones. There's also these green ones, which are really pretty. I'm also kind of looking at the first draft I did of this build and trying to look at some of the wallpapers and swatches that I went for over there, which I could try and bring into this one as well. But what if I did this as the paneling, and then this one is like a white or even like this beigey color? And then I gave it these green shingles from For Rent. I didn't have Life and Death at that point, so maybe some of these would be nicer actually. Then the side's feeling very muted compared to this side, so I'm not sure that's gonna work. It's really hard to figure out all of these wallpapers. I am struggling. Maybe on this one, I think we could do some like normal shingles over there. So I'll mess around with this. And on this one here, I don't know. Maybe this one should be sheet metal as well. Maybe this one from Werewolves could be nice. Yeah, but I think if I'm gonna go with like the beige on this building, the stone over here needs to be a different color because then it's just looking too plain over here. But I'd like to do it like this because then I could add like green windows and doors over here, which would be nice. Maybe if I don't make this stone, it could have a bit more color options. But I just feel like a stone tower seems more fitting, or I guess realistic even. I could go for something more like that. Let me go stones and just kind of explore. I mean, there's like the blue tinted gray, which does work, but it's not necessarily like colorful like this. But this is not the type of stone that I'm going for. Maybe we go for like a stucco. Now it kind of looks like a silo, so maybe not that. There's these stones from Island Living, which are definitely more colorful. Oh, I could just make it like red. But again, that's just not feeling extremely realistic to me. Let's go back to maybe some of these stucco options. Maybe I could make it this orange one. Or what other colors are there? There's like mint. There's blue. There's that purple, which I'm using over there. I think I will try this orange one for now. There is like a matching stucco that you can put on the other layers of this, so there's not all like, it's not super repetitive with that kind of distressed bottom. But I will probably only use that on the top one. Okay, let's ponder that for a little bit. Put that like that. I don't know if I'm liking the double red over here. Maybe something needs to switch. Maybe the red is there and then the yellow is here. This is just extremely difficult. Maybe the yellow's there and the teal is up here. Okay, I definitely think that's a little bit better. I'm not sold on the stucco on this middle one, but I think this is like a good enough place to be at where I could start messing around with like windows and doors and fences and all of that. Once we add some roof trim though, because I can't leave it like this. For this one, maybe we could add, these banners could be cute, or I could add it on that bottom one and then maybe just like a green up there. This one probably just needs like a dark brown or a black to kind of just match the sheet metal there. This one I think would be nice with like this brownie one that's kind of more distressed or like has more wear and tear to it, or even we match it to the like purple one. That could be nice. This one again is just like metal, so we could use that. This is a roof trim that we got from Businesses and Hobbies that's like metal and wood, which I like to use sometimes, but I think maybe it's too modern for this. Oh, maybe I could add this one from Lovestruck. We really like that. Feels very moody, which I think is appropriate for the building that this is. And then on this one, I could use this really pretty one from the new pack, Enchanted by Nature. But maybe it's a bit too much. Maybe I use more of this like thatched trim. I don't know if that makes the most sense on like this style of roofing, but I do kind of like how it looks, and I like the little bit of extra texture that it adds. And then lastly would be this one. I think we could do, ooh, even just this one's really nice. Again, from Love Struck, but I do quite like that. Okay, all in all, it's pretty cute. I don't know. Wait, what if I use this Love Struck one? That's like, that's too much red though, in that one spot. I just don't know if I like the black roofing. I don't know if it feels a bit too intense. And also, I'm just kind of thinking, if this is like a hot climate area, having a black roof that like absorbs heat is probably not ideal, because you'd probably want your place to be as cool as possible. So maybe I switch it to a white, or, well, I have the teal over there already. Just like this brown one. I could keep the black trim probably, if I still like it, that is. But the rest of it could probably change. Or I could even do this really colorful one. That one might be nice to like kind of unify all the colors in this cluster, but then this side feels a bit left out. What if I put the color up there even instead of the black? I could actually be here for hours just figuring out different combinations, so there's a high chance some of this might get cut out. Okay, I know it could arguably be too much red, but I do really like how the red tiles look on the red building. This one from Life and Death might be too matchy-matchy, but the tiles from For Rent could actually work pretty well. Oh, I could even do these ones instead, and then maybe I switch up the ones on this roofing. I'll explore it. Maybe the green on this one. What other color options do I have for this Love Struck one? There's red. Ooh, that could work. It could kind of blend in well, because then it's like the same style and it's got the black, but then it's a little bit different with the green. Or maybe I just want to go complete opposite and just stick with that. Or maybe even the yellow. Does that look maybe a bit too fancy? This is so difficult. I don't know what to do. Maybe, I don't know if I like the matching roof trims right beside each other. So maybe we'll do that one, and then on this side I could switch it up. Just in terms of color, maybe we'll make it brown on that side. Or this side could have the yellow and kind of pull some of it in. I like that. Maybe on this back one here we put some sort of like teal trim instead, to kind of bring a bit more of the cool colors over here, because it's feeling very warm on this side and cool on this side. I want them to feel a little bit more unified. So I could maybe add this one, but I don't want to like repeat the trims too many times. Okay, I guess we'll just think on that for now. For the most part, I think this is okay. I think maybe I want more color on this part though. It feels a little dull on this side. Probably just because the yellow over here is so vibrant. Like if we got that, it does feel a little bit more balanced, but I do quite like the yellow there. So I'd rather try and find something that works over here. Maybe we could use the blue. That's kind of cute. Again, it's like Love Struck. And I don't know if that's, I'm using too much of the same thing in too close of an area, but I don't think it's too bad. And I mean, it's such a pretty wallpaper, so I mean, I feel like I have to use it. The other option I would do would be this one from Island Living, but it's the exact same wallpaper as this house, so I don't want to completely copy that. I guess I could look for a horizontal plank that I like. Maybe I'd put more yellow here, but in the pale color. Or this could still be... Well, actually, I don't really like the pink. It's too muted. I could use like this orangey wood. That's really pretty. This is just from Growing Together, and it does look pretty pristine, but I can add some wall markings to kind of scuff it up a little bit. I think I do like that. It does feel a little warmer on this side than this side, but I think it's okay. My other thinking would be to make that like a cool toned roof up there. But we'll just leave it for now. I think I'd like to come in and kind of mess around with like a couple of the exterior trims and whatnot. I think we could use this Life and Death one over here. I really like how worn this looks, so I'd like to play around with that there. Maybe even on this back portion too could work. I don't know if it's gonna be a little bit much, but oh, I could add it on this portion too. Oh, I really like it on the top, so I will definitely keep that. I might even bring in the adjusters maybe? No, I'll keep them out a bit, but I will switch up the trim on the outside here. A nice one is the Jungle Adventure one. I just don't know if any of the colors will match this little area. Or there's the stone version. Let me delete it here. This one, this one. These are just a couple of the more basic looking ones. Maybe if I switch up the fence, that will kind of help me decide. Also, I'm torn about the dark roof trim. I wonder if it should be a little lighter. But maybe that's because I have like no real dark elements. Also, I realized I forgot to do like the roofing and stuff for this side of the build. I think this should be sheet metal, probably. I'll probably make it the colorful version there. Let's try this one from Love Struck even. I like the green. Maybe we could tie in some of the red. Okay, what's a color over here that I feel like should be over there? Maybe the orange. Could try that. And then we'll put like an orangey roof trim. That one's fun, but again, it might be too close to that other one. I don't want it to be too matchy-matchy. I could do that colorful one up there, and then maybe just down here I use like a normal roof trim. And then we'll have to do this one as well. I think originally I was going to use these ones from Jungle Adventure on here. I still could. I just don't know, again, if it's too close to this. Perhaps I could just use the base game version even. Slightly less texture, but could still work. And then we can just find a red roof trim to kind of polish that off. Maybe even this one, which is a little more muted. Like that. I think that's cute. And then for the exterior trim on this side, perhaps the Jungle Adventure one. Or maybe even Seasons. I just really like these wooden looking ones. Ooh, this one from Island Living blends in really well in terms of the wood tones. Like they match really well. Ooh, or even just the default swatch on this Jungle Adventure one could be nice. Like that. Can I add it to this one? I don't think so because there's no like floor down here, so this isn't considered like a roof, it's considered a floor, and you have to add this to like a roof, if that makes sense. But this exterior one should work, just like these bottom ones, because yeah, that will snap to like a floor instead of a ceiling sort of thing. I just don't think I'm going to be able to find a perfect swatch, so we might have to embrace the difference instead of trying to make it all the same. Also, I realize I'm kind of just like jumping around all over the place, so I apologize if this is a little bit difficult to follow. I just think with builds like this, I can't stay in one place for too long or I will lose interest, so I kind of just have to bounce back and forth between like a bunch of different areas and kind of have the build come together that way. So I apologize for the lack of organization. I did try for a bit, but at this point I'm just building what I want when I want. I like this yellow railing because it's got like the grime version. I don't mind that one either. Oh, you know what we should use is some of the stuff from Life and Death, because these have probably the most gorgeous wood texturings I have ever seen. Like, they're so detailed and beautiful and gorgeous, and I think they will work really well for this build. So I'm gonna add these in. Maybe I'll put this one over on this build, but honestly it might get lost there, so perhaps I will put it on this one. I could do it in the black to try and match the roof line up there, but again, I don't know how much black would actually be like on the buildings of these because it would absorb heat. So I'm just gonna mess around and see what looks good. There definitely needs to be a roof trim up here though, because I didn't like how unfinished that looked. I could do the same sort of wood and then connect it with some pillars there. And ooh, I wonder if I need to like put any on these buildings. There is a green one there, which could add a nice little bit of detail. Let me see. Let me go back to working on the fences actually. I really like these ones from Jungle Adventure. I think Jungle Adventure, Love Struck, Life and Death, and Island Living will probably be some really good packs for this. I feel like they have styles that suit both each other and this style of build, so I'm gonna kind of lean into that. I almost feel like I could put like a pop of color with the railing here, like if I use this bright blue, and then because the wallpaper is more like orange based, it's complementary, so they'll stand out from each other. But I have to kind of decide if it's maybe too much contrast. Oh, I could even use just like the darker version, which could be pretty. And I could save the light version for somewhere else or just omit it altogether. I don't know what kind of... Actually, I do know. I was going to say I don't know what kind of railing to do for the bridge, but I would like something that looks kind of like it's just hanging on or was very loosely crafted for this. So either that could work or maybe even the cottage living one, but I think this one from Island Living will work well. And then I need to put, oh, first off, this trim on the other side because it didn't carry over. And then I need to put some flooring up here. It's just going to be wood flooring, but I don't know which one. The cottage living one's pretty nice. Ooh, it might end up being the horse ranch one, just because it has really good versions that have like lots of like dirt and like scuffs on them. And as this is a pirate town, I imagine there's like a lot of more marked up looking flooring and stuff. So I could use that. Or even the jungle adventure one is really nice. But maybe that's something we use on the inside. Oh, same with this Wild West floor from Get Famous. That one's really nice too. You can see all the little texture elements on it. But I think Horse Ranch is the one speaking to me the most right now, so I'm gonna roll with that for a little bit. I guess I'll just put it on all of these surfaces for now, and then we can come back and adjust afterwards if we need to. And I'm going to fix the railings on this side here. And then we'll also need to add in columns and stuff. I do need to make sure there's ceiling paint as well, because I don't really want the harsh white of like the default just hanging about. So I cannot seem to find a great camera angle right now, so apologies. It won't let me cover this one spot right here, and truthfully I do not know why. There is like a roof, so... Oh, it might have just fixed itself, so maybe we're okay. So I'll bring that back. Hopefully it's still fixed. Yep, okay. And... yeah, I think that's looking better. Let's put some different fencing and stuff over here. I think again, either the cottage living one or the island living one would look really good. I think maybe to mix it up, we'll use the cottage living one just for some extra variety. I'm gonna do it in like this orangey color that matches the orange wood over here to try and unify it a little bit better. We can do some of that with the eco lifestyle stuff as well, maybe. I really like this flooring. It's got a lot of different variations. We can probably bring that into the inside too. But I just think something with like this orangier tone would work really well for this. And we'll also adjust like the little deck here. Since this is a platform, I can only use platform paints, but it's actually not looking like too much of a problem right now because I think there's a fairly good variation for the time being. I wonder if it should be like stone or something though. I guess the wood makes sense. I do wish it could be like a stilted platform, but sadly that's only something we have with foundations. So I will have to settle. For Rent has one that matches pretty well. This platform trim is not not working how I'd hoped though, so I think I will go back to this one here. It's like the same tone, but it's not quite the look I wanted, but that is okay. And yeah, I guess this is kind of the building I'm not so certain on right now. I really like the blue fence in theory, but in practice, I'm on the fence about it, pun intended. I think I will try something else though. Ooh, I wonder about using like a higher fence on the outside here and a shorter one on the inside. Oh, this one's so pretty. It has so much detail. I should definitely use this over here by like the cemetery. So I'm just gonna add that as a reminder. But yeah, I could use something like that up there, or I could even use this one from For Rent, though I'm not sure any of the colors are going to be exactly what I wanted. I think the black is a bit too much. Then there's like the cream version. Oh, or there's this option too, but this one looks very like a lot more modern, I guess. Oh, or there's this one. I didn't realize how many high-sitting fences we had from this pack. Oh, this one kind of matches the color scheme pretty well. So I could try it, but I might like how this wooden one looks. I'm gonna try and just come to cinematic and see. Typically with like this style of layout, from what I've seen at least, it's usually like there would be rooms behind this. So instead of this back wall being open, it would basically just be more rooms like this that you go up to. But it's not really going to work for the spacing that I have, and then I won't really know what to do with all the inside space that I have here. So I will keep it the way I have it, but that's why I'm kind of struggling to figure out what I should do for this little part here. Something just happened and now my trim has not stayed on this side. Oh, fear not though, it is easy to fix. We'll do it like that, and we'll add in like the pillars and stuff as well. But I just want to make sure I'm kind of liking everything that I have so far. Maybe what needs to happen is this becomes like the darker red and this becomes the yellow, because I feel like there's like 3 colors on this side and like 1 on this side, so I feel like I should break it up a bit. But do I like that? Because now it feels like really dark on this one side. Oh, and also it's like matching wallpapers there, so I can't do that. I could just put this wallpaper just in a different swatch. Ooh, or even maybe use the shingles. Maybe, I guess blue would kind of be my only color option. Honestly, if I do it with the blue, I don't mind it. And then we could maybe like put the matching blue accents from Jungle Adventure, maybe even in the more vibrant one. That's not bad. I don't think I mind it. But then do I make the roof tiling blue is the question. I don't think so. I think I prefer the more muted one, but this is like a lot of texture on one building, so I think I'll keep this blue but maybe just switch it to the siding option. And maybe we'll explore it like that. I feel like I need to think on that a little bit more. But we could go ahead and put in columns for some of these things. Like we can put these wooden ones from Life and Death up here, which again are so beautiful. Look at the texturing on that, like it's so scrumptious. And we could put like here and here, and on that corner too. I want to use these pillars everywhere, but I don't think I can. But I can use them right here because they have like the most perfect wood tone to match. So I'll do it like this. Other good ones we could use that look more like wonky could be this one from Werewolves. Maybe this kind of supports this house. It matches this blue, but this vibrant blue is just really not working the best. So maybe I switch it back to the dark one. I am just flip-flopping all over the place. I cannot seem to make a decision, but thus is a day in the life with me. So yeah, I think I don't know if I love it. What if I make it blue tiling there or something, or even the darker blue, and then over here is where we use that kind of brown Jungle Adventure one. We don't even have to use the Jungle Adventure one. I could put something else instead. once I figure out which one. What if I use the werewolves one with like the moss on it? I don't know if I love it. Maybe I could make this roof thatched as well. Do like this, and then we could take... I need it like a blue trim for over here. Or maybe we could do like a cream one. That could work. I don't think it's the worst. But I was kind of hoping for good over it's not the worst. So we'll let it sit and we'll let ourselves ponder. So now I think we should start figuring out the window situation, because that might also help determine what we want for all of the wallpapers. Okay, so since that last clip, I have taken a break, taken a day to just kind of sit on the build, and I did end up coming in and readjusting all of the wallpapers. So this might look drastically different than the last clip you saw, and I've also pulled out some things from debug because I was just perusing through because I was trying to find some sort of like debug bridge to make this look like it swoops down a little bit, but I had no luck, unfortunately, though I could have sworn we had an item. But I found like these debug buildings. This one's from Horse Ranch, but I was thinking that maybe we could tuck them in the back here just to add some like extra height and whatnot and kind of fill the area in without having to actually add more buildings. So I'm gonna ponder that, but I'm gonna size it down and just like leave it over here just as kind of a reminder. And then the other thing is I found this tower. I don't even know what this is from actually. Oh, it's from Businesses and Hobbies, I think. Yeah, it is. So I found these towers and I was thinking maybe instead of having this one here, we could use this debug one and kind of put it on the side there. I really like the detailing of it because first off the stone is really pretty, but I like the depth to it because I can't really get that same kind of cutout window look with a actual room. So I was thinking maybe we could use this instead. It just feels maybe a little bit large, so I'd probably size it down. But if I didn't do that, in case you're curious about this like wallpaper situation I have going, so basically these are all from the Castle Estates kit, and it comes with 3 different variations. So we have the clean version, then we have the half clean version, and then we have the fully charred version. So I just kind of layered those together to give myself this gradient here. So you can see that they're all like separate sections, and then I just use a life and death fence on the outside to kind of give it that like bordering or border look, I guess. So I'm actually just gonna move this over to the side so that I can kind of assess if I'm gonna like this tower or not. So I think I would put it like right here basically. I might even put the doorway facing that way, but then you don't see as much of the windows, so I will put it like that. Oh, there is a window right back there that I don't really want to cut off, so I could maybe have it like that, and then I'll just kind of push it into the wall a little bit. Oh, it is straight up floating though, so that's probably something I should fix, but I could fix it with the tool mod. That's no problem. I do think I like it though. Because I mean, I'll have this tower, but I don't really know what I would put on the tower. Though I guess I could put like a telescope or something and have it be like the actual lookout. So since I'm undecided, I'll put the original tower back for now, and then, or maybe I even keep that one over there and then just have this one back here, like the secondary tower kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm ready to like say goodbye to it yet. But then I also found this ship from Enchanted by Nature. This is just debug, but it's literally like a wrecked pirate ship sort of. So I was thinking we could do that somewhere, like even taking the tool mod and maybe like putting it out onto the beach. But we'll consider that. I'll just for now, I'll just maybe put everything in the back over here. And then I also found a couple of like statues that I think could be fun to put in the landscaping. And then like this hay bale from Life and Death. And then even some of these wall pieces are really nice from Horse Ranch. I love all the color variation on this wall and like the texturing. It's so scrumptious. So I think I'd like to use that somewhere. And yeah, that's kind of my whole recap. Let's actually get back to building. So before we get into like adding all the wallpapers and stuff, oh, I also put it on a foundation, and not the wallpapers, the windows is what I meant to say. Yeah, I put it on a foundation because I just, having it sit directly on the ground, it just looks unfinished to me, and I couldn't really stand it. So I decided I'm just gonna put it on a foundation and we'll make it work. So I need to find some foundation paint for all of these, and then I also need to find like windows and doors and all of that jazz. So that's what we're gonna do. Maybe some like stone ones. Oh, I really like this one. Also, you'll notice I've gone for way more of a neutral color palette than what I last had when I showed you guys this. I was kind of struggling to make all the colors work, and I also felt like maybe it wasn't as realistic, though I am still kind of missing this like teal green as a wallpaper, so I might add that somewhere eventually. This one's slightly tinted, but like not enough for me to actually count it. So yeah, that's definitely something I'm gonna mess around with once I do the windows and introduce some color that way, is what I'm trying to say. I think I wish I could just continue this wallpaper downwards. I don't know what kind of foundation to put it on. I guess like wood could make sense. It is attached to this one, so wood over there would probably make sense too, and here and here. And for this one, I might just do this like stucco foundation here. I think that could be nice. Or maybe even, ooh, I actually kind of like the Life and Death foundation better, so maybe I'll use that. And we can use that one on the tower too, or actually we could even use the castle estate one so it looks cohesive. Oh yeah, I also found this little shed from Life and Death that I think maybe we could put like some horse stables in here and whatnot, because it seems appropriate. Maybe I use the stucco one over here. I think for the most part this bottom will be covered by landscaping anyways, so it's probably not too much of a worry for how we want to do this, but for now we'll just keep it like this. That one has one. Okay, and then it's kind of just this one left. I feel like the Horse Ranch one could suit it really well in terms of color scheme. We could also do this one, the one that I keep coming back to. I think on the little deck I'd probably like it to be stilted, so let's take a look at that. I might use one of the ones that don't have these little base pieces, so it might have to be the Snowy Escape one. Something like that. And then over on the back here, maybe we'll just use the same wood again. And I think that covers all the foundations. Nice. So now let me adjust the stairs back here. We just kind of have to work on some of these smaller details first before I forget about them, because I know for a fact I will forget about them if I don't do them now. So I'm just gonna add this stuff. Maybe I should actually use the matching stone wallpaper here. This is from Life and Death again. You'll probably see a lot of Life and Death because I think it suits the build style I'm doing, but also I'm still exploring all the new items from it, because in case you guys aren't aware, or like this is the first video you're watching of mine or something, I just kind of got this pack, so I'm still kind of in the process of seeing everything it comes with. And yeah, so we need a different railing and stair situation over here for sure. I think maybe we could make this like wooden, and then we can change the railing to maybe if I used the Snowy Escape one, I don't know if I'm going maybe a little too orange over here, but sure. Oh, or maybe actually I'll use the life and death one. But I'll do it in the reddy brown color, I think, and then maybe we will change the base of the foundation to match. Because yeah, there is some matching ones from Snowy Escape, and they've got like a nice green texture to it. So I can go with that. Maybe even the same stairs, actually. Yeah, I don't mind that. And then we'll have to put in columns and stuff. But I just want to get like this base area, like all of the basics done, and then we'll come in and like detail with columns and everything. And I think we'll go like building by building, just so I don't get too overwhelmed, because I can already feel myself getting very distracted and pulled in all these different places, and that might be kind of hard content to follow. So I'm gonna try and keep it organized for now. I think I'll just use that base game flooring maybe. I kind of like that it's got a little, well, it's a little bit shiny, but I like all the kind of wornness in between all the planks. And then we'll also need one over here. Oh yeah, I also pulled out this little roof sculpture for us to like put on the top up here. Ooh, or even this one could work really well. Just gonna raise it up using the 9 key. Okay, well, it's gonna need to be a lot more embedded, so actually I will lower it. But I think the potential is there. Oh yeah, I actually really like that. This one could go somewhere too, but I don't know where just yet. That's the debug version, but I'm pretty sure there's like a normal version as well. Yeah, there's this one. And this one should snap a lot better, hopefully. Oops. I kind of am liking this one the most. Oh, that's such a nice little detail. Okay, I really like that. I need to remember to like explore these roof details, because I think they can really help make a build look a lot more interesting. Which reminds me that I do want to have like this worn kind of see-through hole in some of the places. I'm just not sure where yet, so I'm just gonna leave that as a placeholder. But once again, I'm getting distracted. And I need to find a flooring for this. I don't know if we got one from Life and Death that matches this one. Ooh, the vampire one works pretty well. Maybe I could pick a version that's like a bit more, yeah, scuffed up there, so that could work. But this one blends in the best, so maybe we'll roll with that for now. And then I think the last area is this one, and these stairs. I'm just gonna add that same tiling. Ooh, I was gonna say I'm gonna add the same tiling, but I'll actually use the one from Castle's Estate to make it match. And then up on this one, we'll use the same flooring here. I can't remember if I showed this flooring in the last clip or whatnot, but this is the one from Horse Ranch. I think I did though, because I feel like I can remember myself talking about it, so let's put just a simple wooden fence. Ooh, I might use this one. I'm pretty sure this is meant to be used around like farms and farmland and whatnot, because it's got like the thatched or like the hay over it, but I kind of like it as is, so I'm gonna keep it. I also think it needs a trim of sorts, so I'm gonna add maybe the Life and Death one here. Alright, and then we need to do this staircase. I guess depending on what I make the staircase out of, that'll determine what this side piece should be here. I could just make them stairs and match the building. You know what might even be better is if it doesn't have anything, like no walls attached to it, because that might make it feel a bit more rickety in the best way. Maybe we could try that. This is the Island Living staircase. Do we have a base game version that's like rail free? Oh yeah, we do. Okay, let's try. Maybe just try that. Oops. Okay, that's a little too dark, I think. What's this one? That one's kind of purpley, but I kind of like it. We could try that. maybe I should just pick that staircase for all of them, but it doesn't necessarily have the wood swatches I need. But yeah, we'll go with that. And okay, I think that's all of like the wallpaper and stuff completed. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick a building and we're gonna focus on that building, and I'm gonna try my best not to get distracted, and we're gonna kind of see the whole build come together. So I think since this is kind of the largest one, I'd probably like to start here. So that's what we're gonna do. I need to find a door for starters. Actually, for starters, I should probably get some like stairs going into the building so your Sims can actually access it. I think again I'll just use these base game ones than like the wooden version, and do it like this. I think I will have it centered, and then we just need a nice door. And that's a very broad term for a door. I don't really know the exact style I'm looking for. The life and death one could be pretty cool though. And it does like match the kind of like purpley swatches that we have going. But I was kind of thinking something like this where there's a bit more like ventilation. This one is from For Rent. I think a lot of the For Rent items will work really well here. Because they have kind of this like bar feature and lots of like open window kind of stuff, windows vibes, instead of like having the glass panes, if that makes sense. So maybe we could try that. The horse ranch one could also work pretty well. I don't know if I love the swatches for this building though, but it could definitely work like over there, so I can put that there. I feel like a lot of these life and death doors are just going to be so gorgeous that I'll probably use them in some places, but not all of them because they do look a little fancy, but I could definitely use some like on the church in the back. And then for here, maybe I'll just stick with the For Rent door. I actually quite like it. I'm just unsure if I put it like in a different color swatch. If I leave it as is. I kind of like this brown one though, so let's try that. And then I think some of the For Rent windows could be nice as well on here. I know for a fact that I want to use them on this building over here where I have this green roof, because they come in the most gorgeous green swatches that have like all these scuffs and scrapes that are too perfect not to use. So it'd probably be something like that, and maybe this. And I said I wasn't going to get distracted, but there I am. Let me come back and focus on the task ahead. I think windows like this could be really pretty here, but I know I was also considering archways. Let's take a look at the tall height ones. I like these, but I don't necessarily like the colored panes at the top there. Feels like a little more fancy than I want, so I could scooch it up into the roof line. It's actually not bad if I do it like this. I kind of like it. And I like that the shutters give a little bit of extra, I guess, dimension to the wall, because otherwise it can look a little bit flat. Just gonna kind of adjust some of these wallpapers. And then this would be a doorway there probably. I just don't know if I would match it on the bottom floor as well. I kind of think I would switch out the windows on the bottom floor though, because I don't even know what room will be attached to that, like if it's going to be a bathroom or something like that. So I think these open windows work because I know this is going to be a bedroom, but for the bottom I think maybe I want something else. But I'm not sure what that something else is. Let me go back to looking at the For Rent ones. I like these ones with the bars. Those could be nice. It's like a similar idea to this, but not completely. Or we could do these open ones. Or maybe what we could do is we could do like spandrels on the bottom of here with the columns, and then maybe this becomes some sort of like open deck situation for like the bar that's going to be in here. Also, I'm just putting very random like placeholder stuff right now. But I think I like the idea of it being very dark and moody inside, so keeping it walled is probably better. Sorry, I just punched my mic. I really hope that was not too loud. Oh, we could use these ones that match the stuff there. Okay, I'm gonna try these ones, I think. I also want to add some sort of like trim down here because I think that would help it feel a bit more polished, because right now something looks like slightly off to me and I would like to adjust that. I could use the same one that we used over here, but I think maybe something different might look nice. Ooh, maybe this businesses and hobbies one. I also keep going back and forth between like the roof trim on here. I can't seem to find one that I'm liking too much. Oh, maybe the purpley one to help tie that in. Okay, we could try the windows like that, and then for on these ones here, I don't know what ones I want to put here. Oh wait, these ones might be even nicer on the bottom. These are from Life and Death, but they have like, they're made of stone almost, so it like blends nicely into this wallpaper, whereas this one's made of wood, so it doesn't maybe sit as naturally as it could. Ooh, and this one even comes with the version, like that kind of light brown version in here too, so maybe we'll go with that. I don't know if they look too fancy, but we can always switch them out. If that's the case, I might actually switch this back to a lighter colored trim. And I was going to raise these up. I'm going to do it with the tool mod though, so that they're all at the same height. It's also sometimes just a little bit faster that way. Let's try. I'm really just kind of going to guess until I like where we end up. I think that's pretty good. Maybe I could add the trim at the top as well. Okay, we'll leave it and we'll think on it while we explore some other options. Oh wait, what about using these Life and Death ones? I feel like there's so many that work now. Between having Love Struck and Life and Death now, which has like a lot of the more stone architecture, like I have too many options now. These ones blend pretty nicely. I kind of might prefer those. I know I probably spent the last 10 minutes just doing this one section, but I am a perfectionist, so I can't leave it if I don't love it. We're gonna keep that for now and actually move on to maybe this portion here and see what we could add. I kind of would like those windows for there. There is the island living windows, which could be nice. Or honestly, I like these for rent ones again. I like that they're kind of like private, so like it would keep it a little bit dark, but then I could also use the fancier ones as like to kind of entice you because it looks like a nice place. Or what else? Oh, I do like these ones from Life and Death. The little wooden window. It's just a bit small, I think, for what I'm trying to do there. There's also these open windows. Do these come in the... Oh, they do come in the same color swatch. Okay, I know I said I was moving buildings, but what if we put these ones here instead? Okay, no, I'm just gonna stick with what I had. These could maybe go upstairs? Or just on a whole different building. Maybe like this building or something could have it. That looks pretty cute there, can't even lie. We'll keep that for there, and then we'll keep exploring for now. Oh, I did accidentally get rid of my window though. I just want more of the open window variations. Like, I wish there was a little what's it called, filter, so that I could find all the open windows. But currently there is not a filter for that, so I shall make do. Okay, I've come back to this same wall again because I think maybe I might like this even more instead of the open windows. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna keep that, and then it'll be nice because then I can kind of continue that shape with an archway over here. I'm pretty sure we even have a matching archway if I could find it. Like, I know we have this one tile version, but I'm looking for two tile version. Oh yeah, I think it's this one. That's the wooden version. I need the stone version, which I think is that one. Okay, that's nice, and then it's just kind of consistent like that. Could maybe even put it on this side where you can come out to the balcony, or the bridge, sorry. Do it like that, and then that way we can kind of tie in the browns together, which makes me think I should switch that back to brown as well. Maybe this whole roof piece should be brown. I do quite like that, actually. I had it as this originally because I thought maybe some variation would be nice, but I'm kind of preferring the brown. Let's try that. Okay, back to these windows. I think I will go with these for rent ones. This one up here, I think I did... Oh, I thought I had a loose floor plan up here, but I think this is going to be attached to a room, so I could just continue these ones up here, and then maybe on the back as well, though it might feel a little bit repetitive. Oh wait, this is another stone option that looks... Oh, we have to use this one. Okay, get these out of here. I found some beautiful swatches. Again, this is from Life and Death, but this one comes with like the broken swatches, and it's got like the moss growing on it, and there's versions where the panes are dirty but then also broken, and it's just probably one of the prettiest windows I've ever seen. I just need to find a swatch that's gonna match fairly nicely. I mean, this one matches the stone that it's on, but the wood tone isn't exactly what I want. So I think I'll go with this one here, and then I'll pick some swatches that have the broken version. Oh, I'm so happy that I continued looking. See, this is why I can't just leave it if I don't love it, because there's always something. Okay, but now for real, I need to leave that because this is actually getting out of control. Let me put the barred for rent windows up here, I think. Ooh, or even, ooh, let's do the little fancy ones like this, but we could take the ones of different heights and stagger them so that it makes kind of like a arched shape. It looks more of like a feature sort of thing, so we could try that. And then on the side, I want these but smaller so that I could put them on the side there, but I don't think there actually is a smaller version. These ones. maybe I will use the life and death ones there, but then it's going to feel very claustrophobic in those rooms. So let me try to find something with a little bit more light or air. Oh, there's these ones from Island Living that are kind of like this version that I want, but just on that smaller scale. So we could go with that. Maybe I'll even double them up just for extra breathability, but I might have to adjust the layer or the placement of these depending on the rooms and like the layout on the inside. So I think that's gonna work for the floor plan. I'd like to move to this one next since we're in the area. I honestly just kind of like this one as is, just maybe in a different color. Ooh, I could bring in the red to match, or it could be fun to kind of bring in like a pop of blue with this. I was also considering maybe using this one from Island Living, but maybe that's better suited over here. Ooh, actually, what if we use the horse ranch ones? Because they're like open and it's got the wooden tone and it matches perfectly, honestly. So let's use that. We could do one on each side, but again, depending on the floor plan, I might end up deleting some of these just because like maybe the bathroom has to go there because it's not a very big house. So we'll have to figure out something with that. And then we'll put a door here. I think it's feeling a bit too centered, so I'm gonna actually shift things over here because I don't want it to feel like a perfect cookie cutter house. I want it to have a little bit of extra charm to it. Ooh, maybe I'll use the screen door that we got from Island Living to make it look like it's open. This one here. I really like that one. A little trick if you want to have it look like your door is propped open is you can draw a diagonal wall and then put the door on the diagonal wall. Then I hold Alt and drag it so that it looks like it's actually lining up there. Then take your wall tool again and just delete the wall like that. And then you can delete this part here, or sorry, don't delete that. I forgot my own process. And then instead of deleting that, you'll put an archway there that matches the height of the door that you're trying to put there. So like this one could work. And then you'll match the wood swatch. I'm gonna go for the brown, I think. Yeah, and then it looks like the door can swing close and that they've just kind of left it propped open. And sometimes I even like to add a little plant in front of it to kind of make it look like the doorstop. So for this one, maybe we'll just use, I like these little basket ones, but they're kind of large. Let me size down this barrel one and do it like that, because I think it'd be nice if your Sims could still get over there. And then it looks like they just have the door hanging open. I think I learned that door hack either from Simlessy like many moons ago or Jessica Pye. One of the two taught me that brilliant hack, so credits to them for that. But then yeah, I just had the little doorstop. I'll do it with the red so it kind of ties that in. And then we'll put one window over here as well. Maybe I'll do that one again there and then I'll delete it on the back since you won't actually see that. And I'd like to put a chair here. Just like an older looking one. So I'm thinking maybe the werewolves one. That horse ranch one I had isn't bad. I could definitely use that. Ooh, I think a rocking chair could be really nice for this. And again, because it's horse ranch, there's some really nice wood textures to it. I also scrolled past this love struck plant that I kind of want to add here. Seems very fitting. Maybe I'll put it with the blue for just a little bit of contrast. And then we could add, I'm going to put some floor markings. I think that would be nice. But I also want to put a little woven rug beneath it, like this laundry day one. So a little small, so maybe I should use this one from Cats and Dogs and size that one down. I think it fits the shape of this area a little bit better. But I am going to rotate it so it doesn't look so perfectly placed. Oh, you know what I want to add to this? There's some debug buoys that I think we could put. I don't even think I'm spelling that right. Is it you, then? Yes, it is. Oh, this isn't the debug version, but there is just buoys, and we can put that there. And then this can be the designated fishing hut, I think. I want the debug versions as well, though. Maybe I'll just put more on the side here. And then I'm going to put this just below. Oops. Okay, this is so cute. I love it. And then maybe on the outside we can put a lantern as well. I want it to be one that hangs from the wall though. I'm gonna filter by off the grid so then that way I know it's like an actual candle and not a light bulb. Because they wouldn't have light bulbs at the time that I'm building this. I swear there's an option to do off the grid, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, I guess we'll just have to hover over and look to see if it says it's off the grid. Okay, yeah, this one says functional off the grid. That one's really cute. I'd want to use that for this building though. Where's another flame one? There's these candles. This one from Life and Death is really cute. I'm pretty sure this is one of the things you can make with the pottery wheel, but I like this terracotta swatch for a little porch light. Oh, that's so cute. I love this little portion so much already. Also, I realized I forgot to switch us back to the evening light. Oh my goodness, it's even more pretty in the evening light. Sulani is such a gorgeous world. Like, even before I've added any like detailing here, like this is already so scenic. But look at that. I'm taking a screenshot before I've actually even done anything like for landscaping. Wow, I'm mesmerized. Okay, but let's continue on. Let me actually see if there's some roof sculptures I might want to add to this. I don't think I have to for this one because it's definitely a smaller one, but there might still be something there. Okay, I don't think any are speaking to me though. Maybe the flag, but not exactly the type of flag that I want. So I think we'll leave it like that. I don't really know if I need to add any of the wall details, like the ones that we got from various packs or not. I guess I could. It wouldn't really be a bad thing, but that might be something I do just all in one go so I don't have to like keep coming back, because I know we'll forget to do that, so maybe we'll save it. And yeah, let me come back to doing the lighting over here. I think I like it as that red swatch. It feels very moody. Since there's no like real porch here, it's just kind of this stairway. There's not much I can add aside from like the landscaping when I do that, but I can put some stuff up here. Maybe like some chairs could go up there. Oh, you know what actually might be nice is it's from Lovestruck, I believe, but it's kind of like the lounge chair or almost like the therapy looking chair. Yeah, this one here. I don't know if it looks too fancy, and I also will probably want to use it in this room as well, but for now I'll just put it on the outside. I'll do it in the red so it kind of like blends in, but we could also put some plants down. Ooh, maybe these ones. I feel like I could even size them up. Change the pot color. I like this tree one as well. And do I want a rug? Maybe I just want like some floor markings. I kind of like this love struck rug. I think that's cute. Maybe the red blends in a little too much. Maybe I could pick... Maybe I'll do the black. No, I don't like that too much. I'll do that color there. It's like a dark gray. I think that works. Maybe we could even put more of these lanterns or like candles up here. And then I need to kind of... I actually will switch it back to the afternoon light for now, just while I work on this back portion. Because I need to find some kind of trim for this room. I don't know if I want it to be the same life and death one. I think maybe that protrudes too much, so maybe we'll try something else. This jungle adventure one works pretty nicely. It does cover up a little bit of like the wallpaper detailing, but I think that's okay. Alternatively, we could do like a stone one. But I don't think those are quite what I'm looking for. So we'll stick with the wood. And then that also reminds me to change the stairs in here. I might just use these base game ones again. And I'll need to change the flooring in there too. Could be like this cobblestone. Oops. I'm unsure about the flooring right now because I might end up making it like tile or something because that's really pretty actually. Okay, maybe we'll use that. And I need to add in the columns back here because right now this thing is just floating. It could be nice to... Wait, should I explore the option of spandrels? I'm going to draw the wall in and see what my spandrel options are, and if you could even see them first off. Because with the roofing I have going, I think it might be very difficult to see what I've done. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Oh wait, maybe I don't need to put the wall. I could just do it like this. That's really pretty. I just don't know if they'll have a color that is gonna match. Also, I apologize for the bouncing camera. It's kind of hard to get a good angle. Okay, well, if I do it this way, it's a lot easier to see the spandrels, so that's definitely an option. I really wish the camera would stop bouncing, but I don't want to hide the roof right now, so just bear with me. Could do horse ranch. It matches pretty well. I want it on this wall here. I think maybe I'll put it on the inside walls too. And then we will connect it with these pillars from Life and Death. These two match so well together, like the wood textures from Life and Death and from Horse Ranch just work so nicely together. Okay, yeah, I really like that extra detail that the spandrels add to the columns, so that'll work really well. So this boat is so in the way, I need to move it ASAP. I'll put it actually back to where it was. There's no center here, so maybe that has to be... good. Sorry, I realized I didn't finish my sentence. Also, if you want to have it so that the spandrels connect to the columns, and when you place it they don't, basically after you place it you just need to re-click them and then it'll appear. I don't know if that's too many, so maybe I'll delete these ones. Actually, let me just retry the placement again, like this, and maybe like that. Because if I will have them on the inside too, I don't want it to get too busy. Honestly, I'm gonna put the roof down for now because I can't see what I'm doing. And we'll put those columns back in. Also, I know I'm saying this quite late into the video, and maybe I'll put a disclaimer earlier in case for those of you who are curious, but since this was like a poll that I put on my channel of whether you guys wanted to see this type of build or a kind of Southern Gothic farm, and at the time I started recording this, like it was kind of split, I think like 48-52, with the majority being for the pirate town. But then now, as the days have progressed, I think the Southern Gothic farm is now in the lead, but only by like 2% again, so not too much. But for those of you who did want the Southern Gothic farm, like it is coming. I'm definitely still doing that build, and I think I'm actually gonna time it with the release of Ethel Kane's new album, because she does have a new one coming out. And so yeah, I think I'm gonna do it that way, and then it's like a little bit celebratory, and I think it's super fun. It will also be a long play as well, so don't worry about that. Okay, now this back part here is just kind of like a hallway, so ooh, maybe I could make it another walkway like this, or I could put in some really large archways, or like those window archways that I was using over here. I could kind of have it be like that, but also I might keep it closed in just for the mystery of it, and then put these windows back. Like that. I'm pretty sure that's even. And we can do it on this side as well. And I guess this side, even though there's like really not much to see over here. Like that. And I think that's super cute. And then we'll need some doorways into here. I really should probably do the floor plan to help me figure this out, but that's definitely something I'll have to do off camera for this video, because I just know it's going to give me a hard time, and I don't want to put you guys through that. And also I'll get stressed probably if I'm recording while doing it, so I can do it off camera just for everyone's peace of mind. That looks too fancy for up here, but I do like the open feel of it. So I'm gonna search for something else in that vein. Oh, maybe the Snowy Escape ones. They're a bit short for this though, so let me come into the medium doors and explore here. Oh, I like this one with the panes. I like the light that it has, but the wood swatch isn't a perfect match, but then again it's not often. I could just do an archway of some sort. Maybe I'll do like an archway and some curtains or something. Okay, I think we could put some lighting along here as well. Maybe I could bring these lanterns back and put it on either side, sort of thing. maybe like that. I don't know if it looks a little weird though. I like these. I think I'd prefer if it was a shorter door and then we could put the lanterns over the door. I think that might look a little bit nicer. I could also try and find lanterns that we could like hang from the ceiling. Which also reminds me, did I put ceiling paint up here? Okay, I did, but not over here. I don't think I actually have that as a room, so I'll have to fix that so I can put the ceiling paint there. Okay, but back to the doors. Let's go to the short door so we can find one that will be shorter so that the lanterns can happen. Actually, I think I'll use these ones. These are from Life and Death because, again, they just match so well. And I like the worn variations. Yeah, they're a bit more closed off than I want, but maybe that's okay. We can always change it later, so let me try and find some lanterns that we can hang from the ceiling. I really wish I could search by functional off the grid. Oh, maybe if I switch it to a lot challenge, it'll show me only that. No, it will not. Okay, that's unfortunate. I wonder if I should make this functional off the grid though. Like just entirely, like I only use appliances that work off the grid and whatnot. It would definitely add to the pirate feel. Oh, I should use like a massive chandelier here. But there's no way to support that. Maybe something I could do, though I think it won't necessarily work because I'm a tile off. But we could put, it wouldn't be a spandrel, we could put a really thick low-lying fence along here and then it could kind of look like support beams, I guess. I just need to find a good fence that would work for that. Maybe let's just use this one for now, just so you can kind of understand what I'm saying. Like something like this, though I can't put it on a half tile, which is where it will probably need to go, but something like that is kind of what I was thinking. Oh, and then I think we can even take a trim and put it on the fence, and then it'll look even thicker. Maybe I just do the one beam then. I'm gonna change it so it's not so out of place. But yeah, if I do it like that, then a chandelier could hang there and that could be a really nice way to kind of fill up that space. Just need to find a good trim for it. Okay, and then I need the fence color to match so it doesn't look too jarring. Oops, okay, guess I have to redo the trim. I've never done this before, so that's why it may look like I'm struggling a bit. This is the one that we got from Get Famous, which is actually, I think, meant to be something that you could find on like a pirate ship, because there's a whole like set thing that you can do with this pack. So we could use that. It doesn't say it's off the grid though, which means, but it looks like flames. So I feel like it should be, but maybe that's because off the grid wasn't a thing when this pack came out. At least I don't think it was. Is this one function off the grid? Oh, this one is. It's a lot smaller than I wanted. This one's function off the grid. This one's really pretty. But I like the length of that Get Famous one. Oh, this one's functional off the grid. We could do this one. Oh my gosh, I cannot get this camera to cooperate. I think this one will work though. I think that can be a good option. I don't think I put it in the middle though. This one is from Horse Ranch, by the way. I Just have to find a swatch that I like. Oh, I like this gold one. That feels fancy. Okay, we'll go with that. And I don't know if we'll put any along this walkway now because I feel like maybe we've got lighting covered. Oh, it looks so gorgeous. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here's it at nighttime. Yeah, I think that'll do. I don't want this area to be too overly bright. I want it to feel very moody, so we will keep it like that. And I think that's pretty good on the detailing for this building now. I don't think there's anything else I really need to add aside from like the wall markings, but again, that's something I'll do when like I'll do it all at once, basically, is what I'm trying to say. I could put plants or something up here though. I don't know if the walkway feels a little bare, but also it is only 2 tiles and I don't want to make it not functional, so I don't know, maybe just some like runners could be nice. We have these ones from vampires, which are really good because you can kind of make them any size that you want. Maybe I could use this colored version. Let me just explore these quickly. I wonder if I could even make it like wrap fully around without breaking, but I don't know if there's a corner piece like that with this one. I think there is with the Realm of Magic one, unless I'm mistaken on that, because Realm of Magic also has those sectional rugs. If I could find it. Where is what I'm looking for? Oh, okay, yeah, these are the Realm of Magic ones, but they don't actually have that corner piece that I was thinking of. So we can just go with this. Do I like the rug though? That is the question. Can I put marks over it? Oh, I could. I just wonder if the rug maybe feels too fancy. I don't think I'm gonna do the rug. It's not my favorite, so I feel like it kind of changes the vibe of what I'm going for, but I will put some like floor stains just out and about just to make it feel even more worn over here. It's kind of hard to find ones that work on this floor though, because it's very dark and very detailed, so I kind of have to like opt for the water ones, but I would like some scratches as well, but I guess those are kind of just built into this flooring, so. Oh, we should put some down here as well, and it could look like drinks have been spilt just repeatedly like that. Also, might be smart to have a railing here. And there is a matching one. Stunning. Okay, and then we can put that on the back here as well. I don't think there's one that matches. Oh, I stand corrected. There is one that matches this railing, so we'll use that instead. And take a little look at everything. I think it's really coming together. This is making me quite happy and quite excited. So this would probably be the next one, but I mean, most of the detailing for this build, since the windows take up so much space, would be done on the inside. But I guess I do need to decorate this little top part here, so let's figure that out. We will need a good window situation. I'm not sure what that looks like just yet, but we can figure it out. Ooh, something like this could be nice. Got a little bit of that nice detailing. I feel like maybe even the darker color to kind of match all of that. Or do I go for something like open window? Or maybe even Should I opt for something colored? Or is that too much? Because I did say I didn't like the colored earlier because I thought it looked too fancy, but it could be a nice way to tie in some of this stuff, like these colors here over there. But again, probably more fancy than what I'm going for. These ones could work. Or those ones. Maybe even just these little tiny windows. Ooh, or even this one. Maybe that's too small though. What if I did something like that? That's kind of cute. Those ones from Strangerville are kind of nice, but then I'm just worried it's gonna look a little too busy if we have like the 3 layers of stuff. Ooh, what if I use this? No, that's gonna look too busy. I think I'm being quite picky here, but I can't actually figure out what it is that I want, so I might leave it and come back, but there might be like a wall decoration thing that I could add. Make it look more fancy. What about these like beams? I mean, it definitely adds like texture and dimension, but I'm not sure it's the kind I'm looking for. Shutters. There's like, I should keep these rain chains out because those could definitely go somewhere. There's these little detail things. Maybe if I put like some trim. I'm really trying to get a good angle so I can actually see if it's clipping. You can't really see that one very well. What if I did this one from For Rent? And then that way you can see it a little bit better. And it also makes this wall feel slightly shorter, which is kind of what I want based on like the reference I'm using. Then I could maybe add in these details from Businesses and Hobbies to kind of spruce it up. Oops. Or there's these columns from Jungle Adventure, or even these like little plates. There's these. None of this is speaking to me so far, so I might have to just park it and come back to it at the end when I can find something that I am actually enjoying. Maybe we could put corbblers though to make it feel a little more connected. Or a little like thing on the top of this roof would be nice. Where's the one with like the chicken? Because I'm pretty sure we have one that comes with a chicken. It would probably be in Cottage Living. There's this one with a dog. But I swear there was a spire with a chicken. I can't be making this up. I swear there is one. Where? But I don't see it. That's gonna make me quite sad if I don't find it, because I feel like it would be so perfect, like the rooster. Let me filter by packs and see if it's somewhere in here. I know it exists. I swear. Sculptures maybe? Oh, this hay bale thing will be perfect. I'm just gonna take that out while I can see it. Okay, well, maybe it doesn't exist and I've just made the whole thing up, but I could have sworn we had some kind of spire with an animal on top of it. That wasn't the dog. Or maybe it was like a pig or something. If you guys know what I'm talking about, please validate me in the comments, because I'm starting to feel a little bit crazy right now, because I swear it exists. Also, this little chimney could be cute to add somewhere. Okay, well, I guess we'll settle for this one. It's not the chicken or the pig that I wanted, but it'll do. And that's probably good for that little section there. Maybe I could put some ivy. If I could figure out what category it's under. Maybe this one here. I was kind of thinking of the debug ivy though, not the one that comes in the standard build and buy menu. I'm just gonna search it because maybe that'll help me out. Okay, yeah, that's a lot better. I don't know how it would work on these diagonals though, because it's meant for like a right angle. Ooh, unless I use some of the ones from Enchanted by Nature. I was gonna try my best not to use that pack in here because this isn't really like a fantasy build. However, the ivy items that we got with it are really pretty, so I think I will use it. I kind of like this orange variation. Or this red one could actually tie in pretty nicely. Let me filter by pack so that I can make sure I see all the variations. There's like this one and then there's also these ones, but this looks a little too cartoony. I like these ones because they look a bit more realistic, so we'll go with those. Ooh, could this one actually look like it's hanging on the railing? Because that would be cute. I'll just see it from the inside. Oh, it kind of does. Okay, I'm gonna roll with that. I think that's very nice. If that's the case, let me put it on this one just so, you know, spread the love. Okay. I think that ivy's a nice touch. I'm still uncertain about what's going to happen up here, but we can figure that out in a little bit because I think I need to consider that some more. Maybe we'll finish off this cluster while we're over here and work on this one next. Okay, so I've switched it back to the afternoon light just for now because when it's evening light, this whole thing is kind of in shadow. So I want you to be able to see it fairly well. So we're just going to start detailing this one. Well, I guess actually we're playing in the basics first because it doesn't even have windows, but detailing in a sense. For this one, I was thinking maybe we go with more of like a stone feel, but we could also go with the wooden feel. I'm kind of looking at like two separate reference pictures right now for the styles that I want to go for. But I think with like the placement of this and whatnot, I think maybe we'll go with more of like the wooden feel because I think maybe if it feels more like a shack, it might be a bit more fitting for this area here. I might also switch up the wood tones. I know I said I like these and I still do like them, but I think maybe it's a little too close to the deck on the opposite side of this building, like that little fisher hut that we had going. So I'm gonna try and switch it up a little bit. I might go with more of like this green sort of brown color. Same friends from Life and Death, but just a different color. And we'll change the stairs too. Again, I might just go with the base game ones. If I can find a good color match, that is. None of these are actually optimal. Or maybe the deck matches this coloring instead. That might be easier to match than this wood tone here. It's definitely lighter than I think I was planning to go for with this building, but that's okay. And then as much as I want to use these columns again, I think I need to pick something different because otherwise it might get very repetitive. But there's just no columns that are as pretty as that one, so I mean, this one has kind of a nice wood texture from Enchanted by Nature. Sorry, I just completely blanked there. But it's got that Celtic influence, which is not exactly what I'm going for here. Oh, I could use these stone pillars. Ooh, these ones from what is it? Get Together could work nicely. They have like some nice detailing on them and like texturing. So there's those ones, but I might prefer something simpler. I don't know, let's try it though. Maybe we could just do a couple. I just feel like these are very large columns for a very small area. I could also put in some spandrels, perhaps. Oh, it doesn't, they're not looking great here. They're not really fitting too nicely. I might use these colored ones actually. Just for a little bit of a fun touch. Because I do have the colorful sort of roof trim up top, so it kind of ties that in. Like that. And I also need to make sure this has a ceiling tile. And I'd also like to put a little bit of a trim here just to kind of clean off that edge because it looks a bit unfinished right now. So I'll add that. I was just going to kind of make it match the roof trim there, so like that. And then we'll need windows for up here. I could continue on with the Jungle Adventure ones, like this big one that I'm using there. But I might prefer something else just for a bit of variety. Ooh, I also think these ones from Eco Lifestyle could be really pretty to use. They're like screened and they look like they can rotate and whatnot, so I should maybe try to find somewhere for that to go. But for now, I continue the hunt for these windows. These little ones from Island Living could be nice again. I'm just kind of liking that open shutter look. These ones from Love Struck are nice, but I think too modern with like the black panes. So probably not those. These stone ones are really nice again from Love Struck, but I don't want to repeat too much. There's these ones from For Rent. I do want to use these somewhere. I'm just not sure where yet, but I really like those. Or there's these stone ones. These ones also have like the broken option version, which is nice. Yeah, that feels like maybe more like something we could use on the church back there. I'm not sure why, but none of these windows are really speaking to me for this upper portion. I want this, but like half the length. It's a little bit too long. Maybe the base game ones? No, I don't like those. This one's simple. It has a glass pane in it, I'm pretty sure, but it kind of looks like it could be open. Oh, maybe these shuttered ones? Can I match the wood? Not exactly. But then is it like, is that too many shutters? Maybe this one shouldn't be that big open window, as pretty as it is. Oh, I could maybe use this on the side. Again, I don't know the floor plans for this, so these could very well switch, but I don't know. These are not the windows of my dreams right now, and I'm not exactly sure what the window of my dreams is right now, and that's why this is kind of difficult. I don't mind the base game shutter ones, but I think it's just a matter of I don't know if I want it to be wooden windows or stone windows, and until I figure that out, I don't think I'll be fully happy. Ooh, the vampire ones could be nice as well, for the church, that is. Oh, is this the window I wanted but in half the length, or am I going crazy? These ones, none of the, like, I like the island living windows, but none of them are kind of fitting proportionally how I want them to. Like, that's a little bit too tight of a squeeze. This one is not island living, but like the long one didn't really work. If this was wooden, maybe that. Maybe I just use the life and death ones. Or maybe the issue is that I need this to be paneling instead, like the wood panels. Okay, instantly I like that better, so I think that's a good sign. And we should probably just roll with that. Don't know what color though. That might be like too much of that dark brown in one spot. I should probably branch out a little bit, but I could use this one. It's just a little matchy-matchy with the pillars, but I can always change the pillars, so. Okay, I like that a lot better. I actually really like how it looks with the pillars though, but now that makes me want to change the spandrels, so I'm gonna do that. Maybe with, I don't know which ones just yet, but maybe I'll try these Strangerville ones. I like the little details on them. Can I put it above stairs, or is that like not allowed in the Sims world? I'm thinking it's not allowed, so. Okay. Then we will of course need a door and all of that jazz. I could put blue windows on here, but I don't really have blue anywhere else, so it might feel too out of place. I guess I'll stick with like these orangey ones and just match the roof that I have. And then I will go with these little ones, I think. Though I guess if I am gonna do the wooden paneling, it does open up my options a bit more, and I might like the other ones that I tried earlier. So I could even just use these ones, the matching jungle adventure ones. I like that they're open. Or I could even use the version without the shutters, but maybe we'll keep the shutters. Just as a little bit of extra detail. And then down here, maybe we just put a door. It's kind of small, so there's not much else we could put. Maybe a taller door, but not fancier. I say not fancier, and then I pick one of the most fancy looking doors in the game, but I can put it with a different swatch so it looks more worn. I don't think I'll ever get over how beautiful the texturing is on the life and death stuff. I wish we had more packs that had that kind of detailing. I think maybe just a single tile door will do just fine. Try to maybe match the wood, or I could even do it like this. And I love it. I'll go back to my short doors and see what I can find. Maybe I mean, I could probably use the screen door again if I wanted. I do really like that door. I wish we had like more suburban looking screen doors. Like I almost want, let me try and find an example of the door that I would want, but as like a screen. Because I can clearly picture it in my head. It's literally based off of a door that was on my house. It's just like a very simple like one tile door, and it's like all glass. It's got that wire, or not wire, that metal framing, but instead of where the glass would be, it's actually like a screen. Like, okay, picture this, but instead of the bars, it's just a screen. Like I want that kind of door in this game, and that would make me very, very happy. There is a slight chance that we have that in the greenhouse kit, but I don't have that kit, so I'm not sure if it actually exists, but I do kind of want that kit. There's a lot of kits that I want, actually. I mean, I've said this before, like everyone, or not everyone, I shouldn't like generalize it like that, but a lot of people don't prefer the kits because all you get is like just build items or just cast, and there's like no gameplay or anything like that, which I can totally understand. But as someone who like purely builds in this game, I don't really mind them. It's just like a little bit of extra content for a little less money. I mean, it's still fairly pricey for DLC, but also I think I'm gonna pick this door. But yeah, they're like that one, or I think there's one with a bunch of plants too that I want, mainly just for this one specific plant that comes with it, because it's like the most pretty, like droopy, tendrily looking plant, and I would love to use it, but alas, I do not have said kit. But perhaps in the future. I'm just always a little bit hesitant to buy the kits, or not even so much to buy them, but more so to use them, like just based on people's opinions about them, because if people aren't really liking them, that means they probably won't buy them, and then I feel bad putting content in my build that not a lot of people have. I say as I use like, I don't know, 10 different expansion packs right now, but I don't know, sometimes the expansion packs seem like more people would buy it than the kits, so I don't know, I'm just always a little bit on the fence about that. Also, I'm not finding the windows that I want for down here. Maybe I'll just go back to these shuttery ones. But again, things are feeling like a little too like even, so maybe I'll just off-center it a little bit. That door really blends in. I think that's okay though. Could put this here, or oh, maybe using these ones would be nice. These shuttered windows. I like that they're closed though. I'll put these along there. Maybe I will center it then, and then do it like this. I don't know what this building is going to be for yet. So hopefully that comes to me at some point. But like I said, or at least like I think I said, this will be a 2-part long play series because there's no way I can put this in one video. I do not think my computer would be able to export it, because that would probably end up being like 10 hours long, and it already takes like 2 days to export a 4-hour video, so I don't even want to chance a 10-hour video, so it will be broken up. But that's also good because then it gives you guys time to give your thoughts on what you think each of these buildings should be. I should probably like number them so you guys can, you know, help me out. I mean, I at least know like this section, like this Fisher Hut, the hotel slash bar, and then like apartment and something here, maybe like a farmer shed. But I think I'll need help for like this giant building here and this one here. But of course, if you think there's something better suited to the other ones that I've kind of already picked, you can let me know and I will consider it. Maybe do something like this. Okay, that's pretty cute. I do think it needs some more wall sculptures. And I think that also reminds me that I was going to put like corbellers up here, and then I forgot to because I got sidetracked. So maybe I should do that now. Okay, I think that looks pretty cool. I could even like bring the roof out one more, but then it kind of hides all the detailing, so I'll leave it. And I like how this is looking. I just think there needs to be some more like wall detailing. I want to add drain pipes and stuff, but I don't think that's very historically accurate. Like I don't really think they had drain pipes back then, but I could be completely wrong. I am no historian, so. But I do think I'll put in like these chains on some of the areas. I'm not really sure what the purpose of rain chains are. I would think to catch the rain, or is it to like make noise with the rain? I actually don't know. I'm very ignorant on what a rain chain does. So if any of you have the answers to that, let me know, or maybe I'll search it up once I finish this little recording. But I'm always curious because it says rain chain, but I never know what it does. Maybe I could add in this little like wall vent thing. I don't know. I just feel like this building needs some more like details to kind of like offset all of the evenly placed windows and whatnot. And pipes wouldn't really make sense either, so I can't put those. Like all my typical wall details are kind of not an option because it's not very fitting for this. Oh, I could make like a restaurant or something. I feel like this crab board could go somewhere. Maybe I just put some more vines around. There's these metal beams, but I don't really know why that would be here. But it looks cool, I guess. But I won't use it. I will find something else. Oh, there's also these pirate swords. I need to put these somewhere. Maybe one of these things should be like a pirate hideout or something. Maybe that could be this one. I don't even know. We'll figure it out. Okay, so I've had no real luck with the wall items there, but I am going to try to find some debug ivy that I can put on this one. I don't want to use the Enchanted by Nature one again because I want to add some variety. But that just means I have to find the ivy. There is this one from Cottage Living that we can use because I think all the ones, oh, there is a life and death one as well. Maybe I'll use that instead since I'm already using a lot of life and death. I had another thought and I lost it. Oh yeah, I think I was gonna say the Discovery University ivy is really pretty, but I don't think the kind of layout of it is gonna work. I'm gonna add a droopy plant on top of there and that's gonna look really pretty. From Lovestruck. Maybe I will switch it to the Horse Ranch version since once again I'm using a lot of that pack already. I try to like be mindful of the landscaping and like use it with either like mainly to match the world that I build in, but also if I'm using a lot of one pack, I'll try to pick landscaping from that pack so it's not like one bush from this pack and one from another, because a lot of the times with the live edit stuff there's duplicates, so you could easily like these are essentially the exact same foliage if not identical, but they're two different packs, so like I could use it from a whole bunch of different packs, but I want to try and keep it contained so that it makes it easier for you guys who might not have all the packs. Oh, this one could be really pretty. I might size it down by 1. Oh, this house looks so pretty with all the ivy. I feel like I must put more ivy elsewhere. Perhaps on this one over here. Let me do the... oh, I can't do that one because it's meant for a right angle. I could do this one though. Gorgeous. Maybe... I think this is like the only ivy for the flat wall. Oh, there's this one actually. Let me put this on this wall, I think. Like that. I mean, it's gonna overhang a little bit, but that looks so pretty. I love ivy. If I don't live in a house that is covered in ivy one day, then I will have failed my life goal. What's this one like? Okay, this one could also be some wall ivy. I could maybe even put the ivy up here if I wanted. Let me try it with the life and death one. This might be the best way to add some detailing to the build without adding like the windows and whatnot. I might even put more of the hanging like bush thing, and maybe I'll put that up here. Like that. Oh, it looks so pretty like that. I honestly feel like maybe I've used too much ivy now. So maybe I'll get rid of some of the Enchanted by Nature one and kind of move a piece over to here. Okay, so I played around with the vine placement. I ended up getting rid of the Enchanted by Nature one, and I'm just gonna go with, I think, the debug versions instead. And then I also added this wallpaper here from Discover University just to kind of add texture there since I didn't want to put windows. And then I also put some of the corbels, and I think that covers the little things I did off camera. I was toying around with the idea of maybe turning this part into like a fence, and then it's kind of like still outdoor but is like has a ceiling, I guess, compared to this area here. But I think I'm gonna leave it as I have it for now, and then once we get to decorating we'll see, because I honestly feel like I might have too much space as is right now, so we're just gonna leave it like that. But since I'm in this area, I do want to add some corbels to the bridge here. Just completely forgot what this was called. And I think something we could also do is turn... Oh, actually, maybe I can't do it since it's on a platform, but I was gonna say perhaps we could put some spandrels here, but they don't even show up. And I also don't want there to be a platform there for your Sims to have to walk over, so we're just gonna actually leave it like this. I do need to put some floor paint here though, and then we can add the corbels to the other side as well. I do want them to rotate though, and they won't do that there, so we might have to just have these weird like angly bits, I guess. I don't think I'll put any posts here. I think the corbels are probably fine. I don't know if we need like support beams, so we'll leave it like that. I think that'll do. This part is primarily done. I think I need to decorate the porch though, because that's kind of how I've been doing each of these buildings. So I need to find some like cute outdoor plants that I can put on this porch that I have yet to use. Maybe this one. I mean, with all the ivy, we probably don't even need plants, but we can put them out here anyways. And I need a little sitting area, like a bench or something. Maybe I will make it blue just to kind of bring in some extra color. I'll take this, I'll maybe put this one on a diagonal. I just kind of I think the more angled furniture looks a little bit messier, I guess, and maybe older. I don't know, I just think it suits the build a bit better this way. Oh, also I did put down eco lifestyle flooring. Can't remember if I did that on camera or not. I took a pause so that I could eat lunch, and now I feel like I've kind of forgotten where I left off, so forgive me if I'm repeating things. And could maybe add in like this woven rug. Could like size it down like that. Oh, I think we should put some candles on over here. Maybe instead of using the plant, I could use, what is it, this item here, like just this candelabra. Is that what it's called? Slash, is that how you say it? Does not say, but I think that could be really pretty, especially at nighttime. Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. Or in the evening light too. I'm loving how this build is coming out. It's so fun. And I think maybe like one other like lantern above the door. Also, I realized when I've been saying things that I'm more excited about, it might come off very monotone, but that's usually because I know a lot of you use these videos for sleeping, so I try not to, you know, do any loud noises or like change the pitch too much because I don't want to wake anyone up from their slumber. But I promise you I am excited even when it doesn't really sound like it. I really like this one here, but it's a light bulb and not a candle, and I want to use candles only on this lot. This one emits fire. I wanted a sconce though. Did I go past them? Yeah, I did. I need one with a flame. I really wish this one was with a candle because this is probably one of my favorite lights that we have in game. It's from Life and Death. Surprise, surprise. So yeah, but I can't use it because it's not a candle. Maybe I'll put this little candle on beside the door. I almost want there to be like some kind of like marking above the door. Not necessarily like scuff marks, but like a paint mark or something. But I don't think I'm really gonna find anything like that, so I will probably have to set that dream aside. There's like this mark, but that's not exactly what I was thinking of, but I'll keep it anyways. I think that looks really cute. Also am going to angle this rug because it's looking too perfect. And yeah, I don't think I'll add a plant because we already have so much foliage going on, so it's probably good as is. Now we can do this side and then we can move on to the fun part, which is landscaping, but we must hold off for now. I can't decide if I want the door to be here or maybe over here or even under the bridge, but I feel like under the bridge wouldn't work because it's a high traffic area, and also this part's on a diagonal and you can't put stairs on a diagonal. So I think that leaves us with this portion, so we'll do that. I could maybe even put a deck here. This isn't exactly what I was thinking originally, but maybe it's okay. And I almost wonder about bringing this out. And then if I took like columns, it kind of messes with like the vision that I had for there. So I think we'll leave it and we'll just do this normal stairs like I've been doing. Kind of use that as the deck situation. And maybe for this one we can have the stairs going up the side. I'm gonna switch the foundation and then maybe we can use these stone stairs either from Castle Estates or Life and Death. Could maybe do it like that. And then we can have the entrance be on the side there. That could be cute, I think. Unless the door should be on the front here. Also, the boat is in the way again. I think I need to decide like now if I'm going to do anything with this boat or not, because I can't keep moving it like that. Let me just take a placeholder door. I could have it like that, or I could have that be a fun window and the door goes on the side. I kind of like the idea of the door being on the side, but what if it was on this side instead? So then you can maybe see it a little bit better. I think we'll keep it on that side just to add a bit of variety. And then we can kind of landscape around like this. And that'll look really pretty. Honestly, I put these windows as like placeholders, but I kind of like how they're laid out. It feels very wonky in like the best way. So I might actually end up keeping that. And then maybe for the door, could try this double door from Island Living. It blends into the structure pretty nicely. Let me find some kind of window for this side bit here. I do want to go by green though, because those are the windows that we have already. There's this little one. Oh, I could use this one. That could be pretty. There's the open barred one. These ones. I think maybe I'll do two of these actually, just for a change of pace. Or maybe it should be two of the smaller ones, like these ones. Or we just keep one of the small ones and then we can put a little planter box underneath it. Maybe one of the werewolves ones. I can never get that right. Because it looks like it's made out of a drawer and that's pretty cute. Or, oh, I guess I am filtering by just green right now, instead of looking at all of the options. What other ones do we have? Oh, I also think using something like this could be really pretty. This one's from Discovery University, but that could look really nice on this area here. So I might actually keep those, just as a bit of extra detail. Oh, I could maybe even use some of them up here or something. But for now, I'm supposed to just be looking for a planter box. I do like this, the ivy there. This is kind of a tropical looking plant. Could maybe do that. But I feel like it hides a lot of the window. Ooh, maybe I could use the Love Struck one. Ooh, or even the Get Famous one is really pretty. And I like that it's flowers instead of just vines, because I have lots of vines elsewhere, so this could be a fun little switch. And then we can, I'm not going to keep this door. I might use it over here though, actually. Oops. I do like the slots, but the door might change depending on what kind of building this is going to be, but for now we can leave it like that. I think I just want some single tile door though. There is a light green one, or there's this one. Oh, maybe we could use the, there's a cats and dogs one. That's like similar to this, but the wood texture is like a bit more realistic, or at least detailed. But I don't know where that door is. Or we could just use the one from Life and Death. Oh, this is the one I'm talking about. Like with this one, you can see like the knots in the wood and whatnot. Pun not intended. I feel like maybe since I used this door on the other building, we should branch out and use a different one. But this one's so pretty. Okay, I don't care. I'm gonna use it twice. I really love this door. It's just, it's so worn looking. Like it looks like a piece of CC, which is how you know it's a good piece. And it's got like the moss at the bottom. It's so stunning. I can't not use it, so we're gonna keep that one. I'm gonna put a railing as well. Maybe this one from Jungle Adventure. I don't know if I like that it matches that building or not though. I'd use the For Rent one, but it doesn't have that green swatch. But I could maybe use the purple just to tie in like this building over there. Here's this one with the vines. Oh, this one comes in dark green, but I do not like how that looks. Or there's the Horse Ranch one, always a good option. I wish we had this fence as a railing, because I feel like that would look really nice over here. But we don't have that. I'm not even sure we have anything too similar, aside from like this one, but I don't like the ivy on it for this build. Like it doesn't look quite organic enough, so maybe I even use the stone one here. This one, again, life and death. I quite like that. We'll go with that. And then we'll find some kind of light to put over the door. Preferably one that's lit by a candle. I could do another one of the For Rent lanterns. I really like these lights. I think they're so gorgeous. And I don't really get to use them enough because it doesn't really look like a light you'd find in like an American suburban home, which is typically what I build. I could maybe just do another one of these from Businesses and Hobbies. I really like the terracotta swatch because it looks a little bit dusty and stuff, so I think that's really pretty. Lights it up pretty nicely. I'm not sure if I want to put any ivy on this building. I may have exhausted my ivy quota for the day, but I'd hate to think that's true. Maybe I could put it on the side there. But I need other little details there. Maybe I can add the rain chain over here. Still unsure about what it does. That's something I should have checked while I took a break. We could put that there. Oh, we should put these lures inside the fishing hut before I forget. Also, I did add some wallpaper and flooring inside this room just so you could get a better sense of how it's going to look, but that is maybe subject to change. There is more of these little vents that we could use. Maybe I use this one up here in the roof line. I could also put columns here to kind of frame this building, but I don't know if this can make it look too fancy. If I just take this one. I can't decide if I like that or not, but I think I'm leaning towards a no. I just don't think it's exactly the look that I want. I don't know if it's the column specifically or that type of column. I think maybe it's just the columns in general. I like the look of it without them for this. I just don't know what other kind of wall details I could add because I can't use my standard ones like I mentioned earlier. That kind of vent wouldn't really make sense. I wonder if I put like shutters on this window here. There is the dark green ones if I wanted to make it match, but I could maybe Yeah, do like the paler version instead, or maybe just the white version, kind of bringing a little bit of that. If that's the case, maybe up here should be like the white vent or something. Unless I go for like the dark brown route and kind of tie in some of the other places into this, or elements into this spot. I could put a little flower basket. This is a really cute home. I'm feeling like I would like to live in this little apartment here. Do it like that. Cute. And then for this area, I gotta decide on the door. I think I'll do the shutter one just for optimal sea breeze. And then we can put some windows in there. I'm not entirely sure what style. Oh, it'd be fun if this part looked like, I mean, I don't think I would do it now, but it'd be cool if this part looked like the bow of a ship, like this front bit. These little windows made me think of that. It could be inspired by that, but it's not gonna actually be that. Because depending on what this is, I don't know if I want it to have such small windows, like you'll get zero light. But I do like how these ones look, so I am a little bit torn. I mean, I could maybe stack them, but I don't think I love the look of that. I want this window, but just like slightly longer, but I don't think we have anything like that. I'm just gonna double check Life and Death to see, but I'm fairly certain it's just this one. Yeah, that's such a bummer. Life and Death also has these gorgeous windows that are really pretty for like a greenhouse or an observatory, but they've got all like the rust and the chipped paint, and once again these ones also come with the broken versions. It's so stunning, I can't get over it. But yeah, that's not gonna work for this build, I don't think. What about the eco lifestyle ones down here? Oh, I didn't realize that the swatches on this are so limited. Like there's no dark wood, so I don't think that will work. There's these little ones from Werewolves. This just makes me want to build an actual pirate ship now. I have attempted that once before, not on the channel. This was before I had a channel, but I did try building a pirate ship before. And that was before I had like most of these packs actually, or even before I had Get Famous, which actually comes with some ship masts, so you could build a pirate ship. So I was really trying to improvise with like curtains and everything. Okay, but if I hypothetically were to make it look like the bow of a ship, would that be ugly or would it be kind of cute? It would make it a little bit cramped over here, but let me just explore this idea because I feel like maybe I'm onto something. Oops. I need to, let me put in ship and see what comes up. Okay, yeah, see, with Get Famous, we have like literally all these pieces of a pirate ship. Even like the steering wheel. So I could either try to like attach this, which I don't think would work because then it's gonna interfere with the church here, but we can use it as a reference if we are gonna try to make this look like a pirate ship. What if I sectioned this off? Oh, maybe I don't even need to. I can just take this and I could like raise it up by one. Because I was kind of thinking these look like the little spots where the cannons could go, but then I need some kind of like marker thing. I also would probably have to make this whole thing wooden, which truthfully I don't mind. I can't decide. What if, maybe it would help if I like put in some more of the details, like the doors and stuff. Or should it be like archways? I was kind of thinking of using the life and death doors, like these ones. Or this one even. Kind of fancy looking. Or what's the other one that I used? Was it gonna be, oh, I think maybe it was gonna be this one with like that version. Okay, but if I was gonna have this be like a pirate ship, I don't think it would have the roofing. So I think maybe I'll just go back to the way I had it. It's a cool idea in theory, but I don't think it's actually gonna work the way I want it to. Though I might actually keep that wood going all the way up. It could be like parts of a pirate ship that maybe has been turned into a house. Unless, do I like this wallpaper better? I can't decide. What do you guys think? Should it be, also I realized that my wallpaper's gotten all messed up. Should it look like that? Or should it look like this? Maybe for now I will do the all wood, but I am kind of liking this orange contrast against the dark wood, so I might bring that in. And then I feel like it brings in some of the elements of like this house over here and this house over there. So we will continue with that all the way around. So can't tell what's happening here. That. Maybe that means we should use an orange toned door as well. But I'll probably keep the windows this dark color just so there's not like too much contrast, or at least the contrast will have some variety to it. I also think these windows from Werewolves will work nicely for the towers because they look like stone, or brick I should say, because that's what they are. But it will, I think, work well for the tower. But for this actual part here, I don't really know what style of window I want. I feel like I've used these ones too many times to put that there. So I should branch out from that. But I don't know what to. I could just use like the simple base game ones with the shutters. It's an option, but I don't think it's my preferred option. I could do these shuttered ones. I like that those ones kind of like blend in with the wall a little bit. And then also at night, if we had all this like as wallpaper and flooring, I just want to get an idea of what this could look like. And then maybe just give me, I think, any light. Maybe I'll use a chandelier just for, I'm gonna try it in this one too. Okay. And if we switch it to nighttime, I think it does look quite pretty like that. I like that you could maybe see some of the nightlife in there. So we can do that. And I'm gonna place the windows from the inside actually, just to make sure I have the spacing right. Also, this is the same window, just sometimes when you put windows on the side, they will expand a little bit, like when you have it on a diagonal wall, so that's why it looks like that. But it is the same window. Don't know if it's too many windows right below the bridge. Like, I'm wondering if it should just be 1 instead of 3. Yeah, maybe 1 is better. I don't even know if we need the windows on this front bit, if it's like, if we have the door looking like this, so I'm not sure about that. I don't know, I don't think I'll use the same windows on the top because they're kind of too long for up there. I'd prefer like a shorter window. Maybe even these ones from For Rent. Like these are the open shuttered ones that I was going to use on this building, and then I opted not to, but I could try them here. This double window might be a little bit much, or like the window box. What if I brought this over and then we put this down here, and then we have like a feature window like this? Okay, maybe not this window exactly because the shutters kind of clip with the fake balcony, but we could do something similar. Oh, maybe I should use these ones down here instead. I have been wanting to use these windows, or I could even use these on the top floor. But I will be honest, I don't know if I'm liking any of the color swatches. This one kind of works, but I feel like the white isn't working on this building. But maybe it would tie in some of the other ones because we don't really have any white on this building. I'll consider it for up here, but maybe not for down here. At least not for where this window box is. I don't know what window to put here. Oh, I could use this one. This one's from Desert Luxe, like that kit that we got a while ago. I do like that, but not for that window box, but that could definitely go somewhere. Just not sure where yet. And I've yet to find the window that I want to go in this section here. There's this big glass one. This one. I want a window that feels important. This one. I don't know. None of these really are seeming like what I want. Put this on. I haven't used this style of window anywhere. Actually, using this style along the bottom could be nice because I like this little stone trim it has, and then it kind of brings some other details. So maybe we could do that instead of that big one up there. Again, I'd have to place them from the inside because I can't tell what's happening on the outside in terms of spacing just because the camera keeps jumping. You could do it like that. I could even add the shuttered versions to the sides of some of them if I felt like it. They are a bit short though for a medium wall height, but I'm sure it's okay. Back to the window dilemma of up top. I can't decide if I want to use this one or not. Let me look at all the For Rent windows and then perhaps decide. I also really like this one, but I wish there was like a brown swatch for them. Oh, I do guess there's all of these ones, but I did use those over there, but they would look really pretty over here. Do I switch the windows? like I could put, I kind of like this as a statement window over here. I don't know if I'm sold on the colors of it, but it's kind of cool. I could even use the taller version maybe. I'll try it, and then maybe that will let me use these cool windows on the side of this house. I think it'd be a lot easier to pick the type of window if I knew what kind of building was gonna go here. But since I do not know that, I am stuck. I guess I could also use this version. Really struggling with the camera here. It does come with brown versions that might blend a little bit better on this wall than the other wall. Doesn't look quite as fancy, but it's okay. Like, I think the white from these ones would blend a bit better since there's the white tower right there. I like that window. And then we can get rid of that one. Maybe, okay, changing the windows again. Maybe these gold ones come to the bottom and then the open ones are the ones we use up top. I'll probably use this one. I don't know if I like the colored glass on it, but we might have to just accept it. I could also use a couple of the closed shutter versions just for variation. I don't even know if I'm sold on these gold ones down here. I don't know why I can't decide. Okay, I kind of like these ones from, what's this from? Discover University. But you know what? I'm gonna use those ones, I think. I like that they look like they could be opened if you wanted them to. And maybe I can even put some what's it called? Some planter boxes on them. If we took, maybe the Love Struck ones would look nice because it's just plants, not so many flowers. They are kind of small though. Those could be cute. Let me look at the other options though, just to check. Those are kind of cute. The flower ones are nice because they add extra color, but I wouldn't use those ones because I've already used those ones. Unless I do a swap, but I really like how that one looks there, so I don't think I'd want to change it. There is just this green droopy plant. It's on some kind of like trellis thing there. So I don't know. I don't think I want that one. I could just do more ivy on here, but once again, I feel like I might be going a little overboard with my ivy use today. But I just feel like it makes any build look instantly prettier. Like you can't tell me that doesn't look nicer. But I do need to keep in mind that I don't have any of my landscaping in yet, so that will add a lot of green, which I think is what I like about the ivy. So maybe I need to tone it down for just a little bit. Maybe I could use those debug planters with the red flowers. These ones. that could be pretty. Should I use those over here? Or there's these purple ones, which are also pretty nice. Okay, I think I'm going to pause and come back to you guys when I have sorted out what it is about this building that needs to be changed. Okay, so I switched around the wallpapers a little bit. I decided in the end that I was going to go with this kind of teal sort of wallpaper. This one is from Horse Ranch. And then I kind of made the windows match the wood underneath the paint. And the windows and door are from Island Living. And then for down here, I think this is relatively the same. I used a Jungle Adventure door and then some Discover University windows. And so I think that's what I'm going to roll with. I went back and forth so many different times, but I think in the end I like this. It feels a lot better than just having all the wood like all the way up top, because that felt maybe like a bit too much. I do still think it needs like some detailing, so we will definitely do that, but this is kind of what we're working with, and I just kind of use Island Living all the way around. But I was realizing that we do actually need to put the windows on the side of this building as well, and also on the bottom. Maybe on this one we should even use like a dark brown swatch instead. Or even just an entirely different window could work. Oh, we could just use one of these ones, but in brown. I think that works pretty well. And then we can also use a couple back here. And then I have this little roof overhang that I thought would be nice over like one window kind of thing. Then we can put like a planter box beneath it. Also, it's been a little bit since that last clip when I said I was going to sort out the wallpapers. Since then, I've like had lunch, had dinner, and I've also just gotten back from doing trivia with my family, which we actually ended up winning. So apparently we're smart or something. But yeah, I did feel very accomplished with that, and we got a coupon. So like next time we go to that place, we'll get like a free drink. So that's super fun. And I'm feeling very accomplished because in case you guys didn't know, I'm Canadian, but there was a question asking like what's the state that borders on like with all these other states, and then it like lists the states, and the answer was Idaho, and I'm the one who got it. And I'm feeling very accomplished because I mentioned that I thought Nebraska was southern way back in like one of my older long plays, and you guys let me know that it is in fact not a southern state. And so I feel very accomplished that I actually got an American state correct, because I do not know American geography by any means, but I do feel quite accomplished with that. And yeah, it was super fun. So it has been like a hot minute since that last little clip that I had for you guys. So if like the audio sounds a little bit different, that's probably why. And there's also like a massive thunderstorm going on right now, so I'll probably be saving pretty frequently because I am terrified to lose my progress. So that might mean there's like a couple more cuts in the video, or you just might see me actively saving if I don't decide to cut it out. So just keep that in mind. And that could mean you also hear some thunder depending on if it occurs. Right before I started recording, there was some big booms going on, 5 big booms. So yeah, because we do have the door open to the backyard right now, so that's why it's probably a bit more audible than usual. But I think this is gonna work the way I have it. I might actually branch out and use this this window instead. I'm thinking I want it in the longer version though, because it does come with a longer version, right? I feel like I'm not making that up. So I'll just filter by pack and then we can figure it out that way. Scanning. Ooh, I only see the small version. Oh, no, it's right here. My mistake. I just got confused by the default swatch. But I think we will use this one instead, just for some extra variety, so it's not like too much of this one window, because I have been using this one a bit excessively, so I just kind of want to make it feel a bit more unique. And then to decorate this portion up here, we definitely need to add in some lighting and some rugs, so I think I will do that now. Oh, and also some plants. Ooh, this one from For Rent would be really pretty, actually. My fear about decorating with the plants outside right away is that I'm going to want to use them on the inside, but then I won't feel like I'm able to because I will have used them on the outside. So I'm trying to be a little bit mindful of that, but at the same time, I kind of just want to use what I want to use, and I'm just going to hope it works out. I think maybe we could layer it like this so the big plant is in the back, and then it won't like cover too much of anything. Or we could even just like layer them all together like that, and then maybe just a smaller one over here. I don't want to block the walkway, like I want to make sure everything is still functional, so I'm gonna try my best. We could even use this little stack from Snowy Escape, which is super cute. Could do it like this. I think that looks pretty nice. And then I still would like a rug over here just as a little bit of extra detailing on the floor. We could use this woven one. This one's really nice from Cats and Dogs. Maybe in the more neutral swatch. I think that could be pretty nice. And then we will need a lantern or a sconce or something. There is these ones from Life and Death, which I have been using. I could use more of this lantern if we wanted. Or maybe I'd really like to use this one from Life and Death, but it's not off the grid, so I probably can't. I could use these terracotta ones. I almost want to like stack them together to create even more light. Maybe we could try that. And ooh, what about these ones? Okay, this is Island Living, but it's not off the grid, so I don't think that's gonna work. But that does make me think that we could use this wall item that we have from Island Living. That's like a couple of woven fish being dangled off of this kind of rod. This one here. And I think that would work really nicely as a little side element. Okay, super cute. Let me switch to nighttime to get a sense of what the lighting's gonna look like. I think that'll do quite nicely. So I want to go back to filming in the evening light because it's just so gorgeous. And then maybe back here we could squeeze in some sort of sitting feature, some sort of bench, or just like even a standalone chair could work. I like this one from Island Living, but it might feel a bit too new. There's the benches. I want something that looks a bit more dated or worn. Like all this stuff looks pretty modern for the most part. I could do another rocking chair. I just don't know if that's a bit repetitive. There's these woven chairs. They definitely fit, but they just feel, again, slightly more modern. I just need like one long wooden bench. Maybe we could use this one from Horse Ranch. I'll do it with this swatch. It kind of matches like the wood tones there. I feel like we need like another little plant situation though if we're gonna do it that way. We could take this big fern one because I don't think we use this yet. Oh, actually it's a mangrove palm. It's not a fern. We could put that there and one other on the other side, or even just this candlestick object again. I don't think there's really another variation of this, at least not one that's off the grid. Oh, we could use this one actually. It's like a bird cage sort of with the candles in it. So maybe we'll go with that instead. And then if I just switch it to nighttime, we can see, and it lights it up pretty well, so we'll go with that. And then for up here, we need to add a door. I think I'll just use the same one that I used down below over here. And then again, we can just take the same kind of like lantern situation. I don't think there's many any other options for the like candlelit ones. So I might have to just keep repeating. There is this one here, which maybe we could try. This one is for vampires. It's definitely a bit more ornate than I was looking for, but we can test it out because I don't see us having many other options, or even just the lantern overhead would be really cute. Also, the coloring's pretty spot on, so we can try that. Then I do feel like I need like just one other thing over here. Maybe I bring the window over. We can try it that way. All these apartments are going to be pretty dark just with the windows that I've chosen because, you know, the only light you get is from the bottom, but I think that's okay because I feel like they naturally would be anyways. So yeah, we can do that, and I want like one other thing to go underneath this window here. I feel like I may have used up all my plant options, but we could explore regardless. We could use that succulent looking one, this one here. It doesn't quite fill up the space how I wanted, but maybe we could put like a lantern beside it. Or even this one here could be cute. I'm pretty sure it's functional off the grid, yeah. And oh, we could use this one. This one's just like a straight up like fire torch. Maybe I'll put that outside this hotel here. There's some crazy loud thunder just there. There's a high chance you heard that, but hopefully that's soothing. I don't know if any of you guys do this, but there was a time in my life, I mean, I still do it every now and again if I don't have my fan with me, but I would fall asleep to thunderstorm sounds. I think that's a pretty common thing. I don't know why I say it as though it isn't. I'm pretty sure many people have done that before, but yeah, I haven't done that in a while actually, but hearing like storms and thunder just always makes me feel instantly relaxed, which is the complete opposite of my dog. He does not like a thunderstorm, but then again, most dogs don't. But my poor puppy gets so stressed with the thunderstorms. And since I'm in the basement, I always hope he would come down and like chill with me while that happens, but he never quite does. I think he just wants to be closer to my parents, which I mean is fair. So usually he'll go up there and like snuggle on their bed, but I wish he would snuggle on my bed. Also, I say puppy, he is no longer a puppy. He's probably like 13 years old at this point. He is an old boy, but in my heart he's still a puppy. I was debating about adding another little woven rug, but they're not fitting the space how I want, so I don't think I will. Maybe I could use another woven rug, or I don't think this moss one's gonna quite work. What about this one? I can get it in kind of that tealy swatch. It might be really ugly, but truthfully, who's to say? I think I'll just go with it for now, because what other option do I have? Oh, actually, I say that, but maybe I could use this one instead. I like the size of this one better. It also might have some slightly cuter color swatches. I'll just use the brown to have it like slightly blend in, but I think that looks really cute like that. I like the little entranceway there. Oh, also you may notice that there's like suddenly a lot more terrain paint than there was, and I cleaned up this little middle section. I forgot I did that off camera, but I've tucked away some of the other debug things to the side for now, just as reminders for me to use them. But yeah, all of this will get like landscaped, and then I'm kind of thinking the sand like is the pathway basically, so kind of what we're gonna roll with. But if all the windows are done on all these buildings, then I think we can move on to the church, unless there's a couple more details I want to add to this one. Part of me feels like I should use the same window on all the sides here instead of mixing and matching. And I'd like some other little wall details, but I don't know what those might be. I could maybe add like a corbler. I don't think it makes sense to put shutters on this, or drain pipes. like even these overhangs doesn't really make sense with this type of window because there's kind of naturally one already with the way that the window swings out. So I don't think I need to worry about that. I'm gonna switch the corbler to one of the island living ones. Okay, I think what will work best under this window is a planter box, and I'm kind of considering this one from Jungle Adventure, but I will need to lower it with the tool mod since it's kind of at its lowest height already, which does not appear to be enough. So I'm just gonna kind of tweak that a little bit. Okay, I think that looks pretty cute. I could even use some of these other plants as well if I really wanted to. Maybe that over there could look a little bit nice. I could bring in this horse ranch one I've been using that just kind of drapes over. Maybe that would look pretty nice on top of this kind of exterior trim that I have going from Life and Death. So we could use that there. Just has little details. And then, I mean, I still have to come in and do all of those little painting details with the wall markings and things like that. So I'm sure that will add some extra interest. But for now, I think this will do. And I will need to start bringing in these windows for the tower a little bit. Again, this might be something I should place inside instead of outside since it's kind of hard to tell wall heights from the outside, so maybe we can just kind of wing them a little bit like that. I kind of wanted to have it like cascading around. Maybe we could also put some up here. I'm really just gonna kind of guess. I think ivy would look nice on this too, but at the same time, I've used much of it already, and I don't want to keep repeating like the same pieces that I've used, so maybe I'll size this one down a little bit and put it over here. That's pretty cute. And before I forget, I am going to add a telescope to the top of this tower. You could do this full-on observatory if you want it, but that's definitely too modern for what I'm going for. So I'm going to opt for this telescope from Werewolves. Maybe I'll put a couple of them. Oh, you know what else could be good to put up here would be a cannon. And I think we have some from Get Famous. Just completely blanked on the name there, so let me search by pack and we'll look for it that way because I typed in cannon and nothing came up, so we'll have to actually take a look. I'm pretty sure it's in here. Oh yeah, it's literally right here, recreation cannon. So that can work. I wonder if there's anything else that's like pirate themed that I'm missing. Of course we have like the steering wheel. We have these sorts as well, which maybe I could put in the tower or something. While I'm at it, I might just go ahead and like replace all the wallpapers in here. And the flooring as well. And then we'll need some kind of either staircase or ladder. I think ladder will work best for the space, just going all the way up the tower. Let me change the colors of these a little bit. And maybe they can blend in a little better. And then maybe I'll put a telescope on opposite sides. And then the cannons can go like this. I think I'll raise them up using the tool mod. And I'm actually going to put them on diagonals instead. We'll put them on all of these corners. Or actually, I guess these are the regular sided walls. These would be the diagonals here. We'll do it like that. And then using the tool mod, we can raise them up. Maybe 0.3. seems to be pretty good. I do need something that can go under them though, so they don't look like they're floating. I just don't know what that will be. I need some kind of just like stool or table or something. What's this? This is from high school years, but this could work because it kind of just looks like an extension of what they are already sitting on, so we'll go with that. Like this. I think that looks pretty nice. And then maybe the ladder will just go all the way through the middle. I'm just gonna put it here so I can remember. I'll put it on that corner because if I put it in the other sections, it's not seeming to want to clip. So we'll keep it like this, and then we'll put the ladder there. I should probably make it gray to kind of blend in with the stone. And that will be our little tower situation. I'm also undecided on this debug one, so, and like this debug tower, honestly I might just delete a lot of these debug items for now. And just kind of, maybe I'll test them out off camera because, I don't know, I feel pretty undecided and I don't want to like do the boring flip-flop on camera because, I mean, it's, like I said, it's not very interesting. So there's also these vampire windows, but I think I want to stick to the life and death ones. There's these ones I was considering. I don't know if I want this wood tone for the church though. I think the purple could kind of work to maybe tie in the roof a little bit. But the stone on with the purple panes or like trim sort of isn't matching the wallpaper that I have. Maybe I'll go with the darker colors instead. I'm actually just gonna filter by life and death and we'll take a look at the windows there because there is some really gorgeous ones that we could use. But maybe we should stick with something more simple for this area. I almost feel like these ones would work perfectly for what I'm trying to do. Use these maybe all around. I want to do some like big stained glass feature on the back wall though, which I think we can do with get together, so I'll keep that in mind. So these are two different wallpapers right now, so I'm gonna adjust that. But for the windows, I wanted the, oh, these ones look so pretty though. Maybe I should use that as kind of a feature window. I mean, there's a bunch of gorgeous ones that could work for this. Maybe not in the best color scheme for what I'm trying to do though, but they are really pretty. And they're so incredibly detailed. I can't get over the build items in this pack, specifically the exterior ones. I haven't explored much of the interior ones, but like the windows and doors from this pack are just so stunning. I kind of want to use this arched one. It feels fitting. Like that maybe. It might look a little bit odd. Also, I do need to adjust the archways up here because I realized I put those, but they were meant to just be placeholders. Maybe the castle estate ones could work, but they also might be slightly too large, but I'm gonna put them in and see because I do have that stone feel that I'm looking for. But yeah, you can, again, sorry for the camera, I just cannot get this right. But yeah, you can see them clipping through the roofing there, which is not ideal, but it does look pretty cool. also need to kind of repeat this on the inside and stuff and add a flooring like that. And maybe to help make this transition a bit smoother, we could add a trim. Oh, except those walls are too short, so we'll have to do one of these. The Castle Estate ones could work, or we could just use one of these basic ones. Let's try Castle Estates. Like that. Even a window up in this top little portion could be nice. I'm kind of thinking of maybe this one from Cottage Living. I'm gonna put that on all of these little peaks here. Just has some extra detail. I think that's pretty nice. I don't know if this window is working how I had hoped it would. So I'm unsure if I'll keep it or not. I feel like it's competing with the door a little bit. Yeah, but for this back window, I wanted to use the really big stained glass one that we have from Get Together. This one here. This seems like the type that you would find in a church, at least the ones I've seen. But it almost needs to be higher. Like, part of me feels like I need to just delete the floor there and have it be like really tall ceilings, and then we would take like this part here and raise it up on a platform a little bit. And come down and delete that. And then it would kind of look a little bit like that, and we would add staircases on either side, except we can't because this is on a diagonal. So we will have to opt for the platforms to be our staircase, except I am on the wrong floor, so kind of like this, and I'd bring it down for each level so that your Sims could actually walk up it, but we will figure that out off camera, or I will figure that out off camera would be more accurate. I don't know if I stack the windows like this. In my mind, it's like really tall windows just going all the way up, but we can't really split them between the floor. I could stack them like this, but it's kind of as close as I could get, but I don't know if any of them are what I want exactly, because I really want to use the life and death ones. And they're really gorgeous, but I don't know if they're stackable. I might try these ones though. I just think they're kind of too pretty to pass up. But the spacing does seem a little bit odd just because I don't know what to do up top. I could even use the Castle Estates kit. They would probably fit fairly well, and I actually do think they might be the best option for this. I'll try to just stagger them a little bit. Not too much, because I don't want it to be super noticeable that they don't actually fit on the wall, but like that a little bit. And then we'll keep the stained glass there probably. I can't really continue it downwards just because of the shape. I'm not sure there's another one that will work the best. Oh, we could even do it, maybe we do it like this. Instead of that, we can just kind of connect all of these. Which makes me think that instead of using these ones here, we can take this small piece and this piece here, and then we can stack them like that. I do need to change the colors though. Oh, and they come in stained glass versions. I don't love the stained glass options for them though, so I think I will just stick with the originals. And we could do a couple of the versions that look slightly charred. Okay, I think this actually works out really well. I'm glad that I considered some other options. As much as I wanted to use the life and death ones, these ones will just work slightly better, so we'll stick with them. I can't seem to find a middle tile for this though. I might have to tweak that a little bit afterwards. But this could be cute. And I still don't know about this window. Maybe instead of using this one, this is where we could put the stained glass window. Once I find it again, I'm in the wrong section. This one here. Something like that. And then I almost feel like using the wall item from Businesses and Hobbies would look pretty nice under here. I could even scale it up just as like an extra framing piece to make it feel even more ornate, I guess. It's subject to change, but I think we'll keep it for now. And then this little side bit here, I don't know what to put here. I just need some like small windows. Even these ones from Cottage Living could be nice. I feel like planter boxes under here as well would be really pretty. It's just a matter of which ones that I put there. Maybe the base game ones would be well suited for this. Like these ones here. Maybe I'll just put them in the white swatch. It could be nice, but they look like too large for this scenario. So what if I try the Love Struck ones? Because I remember those looking fairly smaller. That actually works really well. So I can do those. I'll do it with this brown here and maybe tie in a little bit of that front door. Though the burgundy might be prettier. But I think that would be good for the windows for that building. So I guess the next step would be to do the landscaping now. I've pulled out some of the landscaping that I want to use. It's all Island Living and For Rent, since those worlds are more on the tropical end, because Island Living didn't have as much as I wanted, so I looked into For Rent and they have a couple of really pretty trees, so we're going to use some of that. And then we're just going to landscape all of these little grassy parts. And I did kind of update the little church here, so I switched out like the front of it because I wasn't really loving it. And then I've added all these little candles. And we still need to work on the graveyard and like the farm area, but I'm going to count that as landscaping for now. And so I think where we should start should probably be this little fountain area. I think it is a functional item, the one I've picked, so I do want to leave some of it, like some areas where your Sims can actually interact with it, but then there's other areas that I want to be like covered with landscaping. So we're gonna have to try and find a happy medium. And I think most, if not all, of the plants I'm using are debug, again from those packs that I mentioned. I tried to kind of categorize them by like the smaller plants versus like the grass plants versus like the trees, so that's kind of how I've done it. I guess I don't want anything tall in the center there because I want you to be able to see like straight through under the bridge, so we should keep it relatively small. You could do that plant. Maybe I'll leave like the sides open, like here. I also need to find more of like the barrels and crates and stuff, so maybe I should search for that while I'm here. There's these ones. That's like the horse jumping activity. What about crate? Yeah, then we have all these crates from Cats and Dogs that we can use. Ooh, Freddy's Jungle Adventure ones. Those will be nice. But like these ones I would definitely size down because that's kind of an extreme size. But I feel like that should go by the Fisher's Hut. Maybe I'll put those barrels there. I'll move that to there. Or maybe I'll just have this front part be the part that's kind of open. I also don't know how much like flowers I want in this area. Maybe I could take some of those. There's like these small ones that we have from base game, but we also have it in all these other packs as well. Oh, these ones from Life and Death would be pretty, the little poppies. I'm gonna put those somewhere, maybe just over there. I'll add it to the pile of small landscaping. I think also just some white flowers would be nice. Those ones could maybe work, or these ones. I wonder if I sized them up. It's a bit much if they're sized up, so I'll keep them small for now. Okay, maybe I try and like make it the breaks in around the fountain more subtle so that it still looks fairly landscaped, because I don't want any of it to feel empty really. So put a fern there. There's also this little one with the flower, which is cute. Okay, I don't know if that's enough space for your Sims to interact with it, but I can test that out later. I do want to find some little bits of just grass, which I know we have from cottage living, so I'm gonna try and find those because I think they might ease the transition a little bit in some of these areas. Yeah, these ones here, like I think that could be nice going around the fountain and like around the barrels, so it kind of looks a bit more integrated. And then I feel like maybe we need to bring the landscaping out a little bit. Like this, perhaps. Maybe we can make like little pathways. It's gonna be kind of hard to make it look like natural if we do it this way, but maybe we embrace it and we take the eraser for the terrain and we kind of forge a path into the fountain, maybe? Though I really liked the idea of it being like a circle, so I don't know. But we can explore that. Maybe I'll even bring in these red bushes. And I want a lot more of bush stuff over here, but it's kind of hard because I have all these barrels, so I don't really want to block them in. But maybe we could put the little hay thing there. We could get a couple of buckets as well. Maybe this cottage living one. Oh, it'd be cute if we like propped it up on the fountain so it looks like they're collecting water or something. Maybe we can imagine it's a well and not a fountain. I just mainly want to use this one because like your Sims can interact with it, so it's like another activity sort of. I'll put the grass like that. I wonder if I should bring in one of like these bushes over here, but again, it might be more tall for this area than I want it to be. And maybe we can put another barrel over there. I know there's more barrels than just this one here. At least I'm fairly certain there is, but don't appear to be able to find them when I search, so... Oh, there's this short one that we could use. I like the idea of there just being all sorts of like knickknacks in this area because it's kind of like where you would enter through, so it's like the hub sort of. I could put just like stacks of logs and such, but maybe that could go over there. Also, I was thinking that maybe this should be another apartment and the top floor is for a mermaid and the bottom floor is for a pirate. And then this can be for like regular Sims. So this could just be a whole apartment quadrant, but let me know what you guys think because I'm not completely set on it just yet. So it can be open to change. There's more hay bales in Horse Ranch. We could bring in some of those. Oh, this little horse post would work well because you might want to stop your, either park your horses here or like let them stop to have some water, even though the ocean's right there, but maybe it's a little bit salty for them. So I'll put that there, and maybe I'll save this like hay bale thing for the farm. And I am going to delete this, and I'll do the same with this one. That can also be a farm thing. And maybe this wall is a farm thing too. Okay, I think that's probably good for this little center bit, though I do need to kind of polish the grass off a little bit so it kind of follows the shape of what I've made. I don't know if maybe I've made it a weird shape, but it is what it is now. We could even put a couple of candles on the fountain. I think that would be really pretty. Similar to how I did it in, on the doorstep in front of the church. Oh, there's a little lantern. That's cute. This is from Cats and Dogs. I think there's another one kind of similar from Horse Ranch. Oh, or there's this one from Jungle Adventure. Maybe I'll put that on the other side. And for the candles, I think I want to use the Love Struck ones. And we can just raise them up using the 9 key again. Like so. And then I think when we switch it to nighttime, it'll look very pretty. Oh, I didn't even know that this lantern glows. That's so pretty. Maybe we'll actually put this lantern on the barrel instead. I'll keep a couple of the candles around here because I think that would be really pretty. Like that. Okay, I think that is gorgeous. So now we'll just move on to doing like the landscaping that surrounds the actual buildings, which should be easy enough. This is the landscaping I'm most familiar with. So I'm just going to take like a random selection of the bushes I've pulled out and just kind of fill in these gaps first. That already looks so pretty and lush. I might even take this little tree here from For Rent and maybe tuck it in the corner there. Ooh, or maybe in this one instead. That's cute. And I could take this one and maybe put it like there. I guess also I didn't really start with trees like I usually do, so I should probably pause and put some of those in before I forget. There is like these slightly bigger ones here. That could go on the outside there. Oh, this one would work as like nice kind of ground cover. I like the height of this. But mainly what I was looking for is the palm trees. These ones have lights on them, which is really pretty but not practical for the pirate times. So I think a little palm tree over here. Oh, also I did add some of this like debug ivy from Island Living. It's these ones here, and I put it over top of this so it kind of looks like an ivy canopy, which I thought was really pretty. So just as a little thing in case you're like, where did that come from? Because I didn't include that in the recording. Oh no, I did it again. Back to island living. Every time you eyedrop, it clears your filters, so I'm trying to be mindful of not doing that, but it's a force of habit. Maybe you can have one that goes like this back here as well. I think I will get rid of that tower because I don't want it to be too tall on all sides because then it doesn't feel special. I'm gonna put a palm tree back here. Oh, there's this little baby one too, which is really cute. Have one coming out from here. I need one in here as well. I'm just trying to like find the spots that need some height. So you can put one there. This one I might even size down just for some more variation, because otherwise they're all gonna feel a bit too cookie cutter, I think, which is not the look I'm going for. Oh, we can use some of these trees as well. I could tuck that behind this set over here. This is another one that would have good cover. Same with this one. I maybe should have figured out like the graveyard and placement for like that and the farm first, but okay. I could tuck this little one under the bridge. Maybe I'll even make it one smaller. At this point, it just looks like a bush. There's these ones with the flowers, but I don't really know if I want any of that. I kind of like just the lush landscaping, so I kind of think I'll stick with that. This one back there. And I think I could use another palm tree behind here. And that's probably good for the trees on this lot, I would say. I don't think I'll use any of these ones from Jungle Adventure. Yeah, I think that's good for trees for now, and we can always add them later, but just for a better sense. And then I think I'll take some of these bigger bushes or like larger leafed plants and also start to put some of that over here. I'm also undecided on if I'm gonna show all the landscaping or not, because this will be a lot of landscaping and it will be very repetitive, and I'm not sure how much commentary I have for it, though I'm pretty sure I included all of it for the summer camp long play. Actually, that's not true. I think I did cut out some of it because it was like around the outskirts of the lot and I didn't think that was too interesting of a watch. But there's really no real method to what I'm doing. I'm just kind of eye-dropping plants I want to use and then placing them. I'm just trying to spread out the types of plants as much as I can so it doesn't feel too repetitive, because I do want it to feel quite natural. And some of these smaller plants I might even size up every now and again just so you can see them a little bit better. Like this fern here. Put that in there. Okay, and then for this one here, let's put this little tree thing. And then we can just repeat, rinse and repeat. I think landscaping is probably one of my favorite things to do when I'm building. I mean, I love doing like the shells and stuff of things, but I feel like the whole build just comes together once you add in all of the foliage and stuff, and then it really looks like it's meant to be in that setting with the landscaping, which I think is why I love it so much, because it just makes everything look so polished and finished, and it's just super fun. And it's also kind of like mindless, which is always enjoyable, because I don't like, you can't really get it wrong, because I mean it's plants and they can look as messy or as manicured as you want them to, so really it's just personal preference. Oh, I guess I should maybe bring in some more of these little daisies here so that the center isn't the only place that has them. Okay, I think it's looking really cute. I'm quite happy with how it's turning out. I just gotta keep going to make sure it all gets filled in. Also, I'm building in Sulani, and currently in the state where it's, I guess, more, I don't think dirty is the word I'm looking for, but like there's some environmental problems happening with it right now, and that's something you can fix through gameplay. And I tried to find the cheat that you like type in and then you don't have to do the gameplay, because the palm trees all look very dead right now instead of lush. So I was trying to find the cheat for that, but I found it and I typed it in, but it didn't work. So I might try again before I take like screenshots and whatnot, or I might just have to maybe tweak it in my thumbnail, or last resort or worst case scenario, I'll have to actually do the gameplay myself. But at that point, is it more trouble than it's worth? It might be. Okay, I want to bring in some more of these fern things over here because it's looking a little flat, so we can do that. And then we'll have to do this back portion here. I'm gonna keep this little guy right there. I might put this one, maybe I'll put this one over here under the bridge maybe. I mean, since this is like the back of the lot, I don't think it matters too much how repetitive it is. Like, I think it's okay if it's a little bit repetitive, because I think you won't really see it too much, but I'll still try my best to add some variety here and there. It's also kind of hard because sometimes the plants really like to jump up onto the foundation, so there's only so many different ways that I can angle them to make them look not cookie cutter, but maybe I will do a little bit of a gap here and kind of get rid of that terrain paint so it doesn't look like there's something that's meant to be there. Or I even just take the same grass that I've been using from Cottage Living and we can just dot it along that way, and then we'll go into the terrain, shrink down the brush a lot because too big, and then just erase it a little bit. I don't like having terrain paint right at the edge of the lot, because then once you leave build mode and this line isn't there anymore, it's too harsh and it doesn't look natural, so I try to be mindful of that when I can. I also think I'm gonna put this timber just kind of in this guy's yard, and maybe the crates will just go behind that. Okay, And then we have this little section. I've put this massive tree here, but I kind of am wondering if I line it up correctly, I could go in and just make it like a bush and just lower it with the tool mod. Let me see how that looks and then we can evaluate. Might be a nice like change for ground cover. Maybe I will take some of these larger plants, like maybe this one, I haven't used it yet, and then we can use that to kind of transition the height because this is like taller in the middle. Maybe I should shrink this down by 1. I do like that tree in the ground though. I think I will keep it as that because, I don't know, it's just something a little bit different. And then not all the landscaping is going to look super similar, so that's good because it'll look more natural that way. Maybe I could bring in some of the red back here. I'll even size it up and actually, no, I won't do that. I won't size it up and put it back there because I like it without. I could even take maybe this tree here and use that for this back part. Cute. And then I guess we should probably start connecting these areas as well. Also, I've taken a look at the footage and like put it into my editing program just to see how long this video was kind of going to be. And before I even started doing the landscaping recording, it was already, I think, like 4 hours and 20 minutes, which is typical for most of my long plays. Like I don't really do anything longer than that, but I think after all this landscaping, it's going to be closer to 5 hours. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. If I'm ever making these long plays too long, let me know because I mean, I know most of you watch these in installments. I don't even know how anyone would watch this in one sitting because I can't even build in one sitting, but yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit hard on my computer. I think it's going to take a very long time to get it exported and all that, but I think it will pay off because I really like this build and I know the interiors are probably going to take just as long and I don't want it to be a 3-part series, so I'm just going to have to accept that the first part is going to be pretty long, but it's more content for you guys, so I'm not too upset about it. Okay, I think that's probably the closest I could put that bush before it becomes unfunctional, so I'll do it like that. I will adjust the terrain paint afterwards also if you're thinking it looks a little bit odd, but I will make sure it goes like under the bushes and like in the correct spots. I'll put this over here, bring in this one. I think if I had to pick a place to live in all of this village, it would be this house. I might have already said that, but it's just so pretty. I don't know how I couldn't pick it. I kind of want to put some wallpaper on it right now because that blank wall was kind of bugging me. But it's just so cute and it's so overgrown. I love it. And I like the little porch area. Okay, I think I'm lacking on the fern count over here, so I'm going to try to put in some more of those. Maybe I can put a big one there and then I'll put a smaller one over here. And then before I do any of the other landscaping, let's actually take out the skill items that I need. I want to have these plots for gardening, and then I was considering putting in a horse bed in this little shed here. I could even fit 2, I would think. And it should still be functional, so I might try that. And it is going to be off the lot a little bit, but I think I can still blend it in with the landscaping. I might even tuck some of these back here. There's also this like hay rug, I guess, that makes it look like it's just hay on the ground. Also, this prairie grass is really good for your horses to eat in game, so I'll maybe put some of that as well. But it might, if I get the hay, it might make this transition smoother. Just have to find it. Let me search it and see. Yeah, it's this one here, so I could just kind of like dot it around to kind of get rid of that metal, because I don't really want you to be able to see that. Do it like that, and then there is these massive hay bales. Could I tuck that even further into this? Not really, because my option could be to bring it forward. And then perhaps I'll put like the water and the feeding trough right here, and then we can make the prairie grass look like it's a part of the landscaping, perhaps. Okay, and then I think I'd like the farmland to go like this. I kind of wanted multiple rows of it, so maybe I bring it down a little bit. Kind of like that. And I think I want more trees back here. It's not enough foliage for my liking, because I really want this back part to just feel very nestled into the landscape. Maybe the tree can go like that. Is it too much tree in this one area now, though? Okay, maybe we will get rid of that one for the time being. I also think it'd be cute to put like fences in this area. Okay, I'm going to continue the landscaping to the back here, to the best of my abilities, at least, because I don't know if some of these plants will work with the spacing, but I'm gonna try. That one seems to work pretty well. We can put in a fern as well. That's not the one I want. I want this one. We could size it up and put it in the corner. That way it's like a natural kind of fence there, so your Sims shouldn't cross it. They still might, because they are unpredictable. Actually, let me put that in this corner. There's also this little tree. Okay, and then I need more landscaping for back here as well. More just like a little bit of grass, I would think. Nothing too crazy. I just don't want this part to feel so out of place compared to everything else. And so I'll need to do the same for under here. I'm hoping this is still functional. I think I might have to adjust the placement of this. I don't really like how that bush looks right there, so maybe the fern instead. This is just some really thrilling content for you guys right now. Maybe I could even put the prairie grass there, just as some more spots. Hopefully the horses can still eat it from there. I'm not entirely sure, but I also want to change the trough colors. I like the darker wood, so we'll go with that. And I'm gonna angle them slightly because, I mean, they just look too perfectly placed right now, so we'll do it like that. And I am gonna switch out the terrain a little bit. I don't know how much grass I want there to be in this part. Like, should this whole thing be grass? Maybe that actually looks better. And I could even transition it to kind of like dirt back here. And then back into grass a little bit. I think that could work. Again, I don't really want there to be terrain paint here because then it's going to look too crisp once you get rid of the build mode lines. I do want to take more of that cottage living grass to blend the edge. I just have to find it. So I'm going to take it from here. And then we'll use it to kind of soften the transition of like these grass patches. And it should all still be functional. I've done this before and I'm fairly certain it works. Just like that. I think that's super cute. Trying to decide if there's anything else needed in this area. I feel like a big fern under there would be really cute. And then maybe we could bring out some of the grass this way. And maybe even a little bit of the daisies. Okay, I think that's really cute for the farm area. I like how that looks. We will keep it like this. I just don't know if maybe I try and like squeeze some landscaping back there. I could even go with the more dead looking grass and then maybe it could pass as wheat. We'll leave it like that. And I think we should get some lights for back here too. I kind of want to use like the tiki torch ones. I like these ones here, or this one also emits fire, but that one looks too bedazzled for what I'm going for. So we can opt for this one. We'll put it here. And between the troughs, though I don't imagine the horses would appreciate open flames by their food situation. So actually perhaps I will get rid of those ones and just put it over there. Okay, I think that's really cute for the farm area. I love how that looks. We are going to, I guess, finish up the graveyard now because that's kind of the last area that has to be resolved before we can finish off the landscaping. But I was going to use this fence and kind of fence it in and make the graveyard. I can't attach it to that wall though, so might have to be kind of selective with it. I guess I could blend it with, oh, why can I connect it there but not this way? It's really interesting. Oh, maybe it was just the tile that it was on. Maybe I will have the entrance be on this side because I'm would hope there's a matching gate for this. Yeah, there is. Oh, I literally made it the perfect size too. I was gonna use this teal color or mint color to bring in that one up there. Then I also need to figure out where all like the sculpture graves, tombstones are. The ones that aren't like the actual ones, because I don't want there to be just like random ones for Sims that don't actually exist. So I'm gonna look by life and death. Kind of scroll down. Whoa, this is cool. I feel like this should be in the church actually. Why am I not seeing any tombstones? Maybe I'm just in the wrong category. Wait, that's so strange. I thought there'd be a bunch of like decorative ones for me to use. I did end up finding the headstones, like the gravestones, and I also found these plots that you can actually bury your Sims in, I guess. I don't know, I've never used them for gameplay, but they're under the skill categories, which is why I wasn't able to find them in the decorations, because they are like interactable objects. So I'm gonna put a couple of those, and then for the other ones I'm just gonna kind of dot them around like this. And I also found like this crypt here, which I'm pretty sure is some sort of portal and like rabbit hole that your Sims can go through. And then I'm actually gonna switch the swatch to this one because it looks a lot more worn. And then yeah, I think your Sims can go visit like a specific part of the world in the life and death world, Ravenwood, like via this. So I'm gonna put that in there, and I guess that also means we should add a little pathway. Honestly, maybe it should be dirt though instead of the sand. Maybe this whole section should just be dirt. Oops. And I'll make like a little path there. But on the outside here, I would prefer it to be grass, so I'm gonna explore that, but I think maybe leading up to it could be sand. I don't know, something like that, and then we'll landscape around it. And I'm gonna add a bunch of like these little grass pieces by like the graves so that it looks like they've been there a while. Maybe some mushrooms even. Oh, maybe I could even put just like these piles of dirt as like the markers, sort of. Okay. Okay, I think the grass helps a lot to make everything just feel blended and like it has a place here. And I'll put some more mushrooms in that corner. I don't want the inside of this to be very lush because it is a graveyard after all, so I do want it to feel a bit desolate and kind of eerie, and I think plants would take away from that. Oh, I don't know why you can snap so many things to this plot. Maybe so you could put like flowers or something? I'm not entirely sure. That does make me want to add some just like debug flowers though, to look like someone has been visiting. Where are just the normal flowers? Could put like a snapdragon and a rose maybe. Don't know, something like that. And then I also found this memorial cannon from Life and Death, which is functional, and it makes me want to kind of put it up here because I wonder if you could actually, like, what it might launch. So I might put one of these up here just for the sake of it, I guess. And then we'll just do the landscaping around this plot. It's kind of hard right here because the gate is there, so I don't want to block your Sim's entrance, but I still want it to feel landscaped. Oops. Okay, and then I will need some here as well. I wonder if I should do the same bush trick, though I guess right beside where I did the other one is probably not the best because then it'll look too repetitive, so I'll just take in some of these bigger items here. Maybe we could take that this little tree and put that in this corner. Oh, I also think we could put a bunch of candles in there, and that could look pretty good. Let me just keep going with all these bushes though, because I need to wrap around the building. I want this one. And also the grass that I was using. This one. I had a couple of different variations of this grass, and I have since then lost them. Where did I use it? I used it here. I think I need to bring some of this one back in, so I'm going to size it up, put it there. I could do the same on the back. I think the landscaping is making this look so beautiful, and now I really want to actually play with this a lot. And I don't do a lot of gameplay, so that's usually the measure of if I've done a good job on a build, is if I want to do gameplay in it. I just need one other, yeah, this one here, one other big plant. Like that. And I guess that's kind of good for the landscaping around here. I do want to put like one kind of flower bush in the center here. So I think that would look nice. And then we can polish up the terrain paint and whatnot, and then we'll probably be good for that. But I am looking at this spot and wanting to add something like a lantern or something along those lines, because the bridge feels a little bit empty. Maybe I'll do a bucket out here as well. But I need something on the wall. I just don't know what. Ivy, perhaps? I can't keep using this, but I want to. It's so pretty. And I think that makes it look even better, so you know what, I'm gonna keep it. I can't be stopped. I could add another little wall light out here though, and that could be nice. Okay, I'm going to delete all of this landscaping now. Don't think I need any more of it. Except I might actually take this little tree and put it in this spot here, and I want to take this one succulent plant, or it's not a succulent really, is it? What is this? I don't know, but I kind of want to put that in here as well. If we do one more scan through, I actually think we're done, so why don't we go ahead and cut to the tour. Alright you guys, so it's time to start the tour. I wanted to give you a little bit of a distance view at first, but I think this is looking so gorgeous. I genuinely couldn't be happier with how it came out. We have the little fountain flowing in the middle. I really like this outside portion here, like this little section. This part specifically is just so gorgeous. Well, actually all of it's gorgeous. I genuinely don't know how I'm supposed to pick like a favorite area. I think just building in this world makes anything look prettier because it's such a pretty world. The little fisher hut. I might take some screenshots while I'm here. Is that a land grab? Why is he here? Then we have this little side here. I'm trying to film it in like the cinematic mode, but sometimes it's just a little bit too slow. Then we have this side. Let me know which of these houses you would live in, because I'm curious. I'm really happy with how this top floor ended up coming out in the end. It was a bit of a struggle, but I think we got there. And I'm really excited to do the insides of these as well. Then we come under the bridge, and we can see the church. And the little makeshift bell I have. I'll spin us around. Then we have this really cute spot. We have the little graveyard. I did go in and add like some candles and stuff. I also added some wall markings to most things, unless the wallpaper was already very marked, like this top one doesn't have anything. And then we have the little farm area over here. And I'm glad it's turning to night time because I do want you guys to be able to see what it looks like with the candles and stuff. We have some of the torches going up here. But at nighttime, this is what it looks like. It's so pretty and glowy. Part of me wants to make the light that I used up there as the bell like actually glow because I think that'd be really pretty. But this is what it looks like in the back. I really like this little farm area. I think that's so cute. And then, of course, the graveyard looks very spooky at night with all the candles I put. And this is it in the afternoon light. I like this back portion here. I still think this hut is my favorite. And yeah, that's going to be it for the tour since there's nothing really to show on the inside since that's going to be in the next episode. Alright you guys, so that is going to be it for today's video. I really hope you enjoyed watching me build this little pirate town. It's actually not little, it's a very big town. I had so much fun building it and I'm so excited to decorate the inside. Once again, if you have any thoughts on what each of these buildings should be, make sure you let me know so that we can make it a collaborative effort. As always, if you have any comments or suggestions, make sure you leave them down below. Also give this video a like and subscribe, and hopefully I will see you all in part 2. Bye guys!